Hey, okay, okay. Thank God. Hey, Edgar, how are you?
I'm good. I just realized there's an email on how to set up the new emails for CCC.
Right, yeah. You signed up for your work day, right?
I don't know.
I think that's where, if you sign up for work day, that's where you will get
Hey
the acceptance of the stock awards, basically,
Okay.
right? And then it will show up, and that and fidelity, then it will show up on fidelity balance or something like that.
For the RSUs?
Yeah.
I mean, I see them in Fidelity.
Okay, that's good. I did see it in Fidelity, and I also have my previous 401ks from different companies and everything, and I'm like, why are the numbers so different? And I'm like, oh, okay, this also actually showing the future prediction of my RSU grants as well, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a little odd. My previous companies, when I used to get RSUs, they used to clearly, at least on the E-Trade, they used to show clearly that this is a projected version, not real numbers, and things like that, so that I don't get overconfident with fake money. Cool. How's it going, guys?
Doing good now. A lot better.
Cool. Tico, want to go first?
Yeah. So yesterday I had some trouble with building out what Ben had highlighted with like using the medical codes um, package to pull that and get some ICD codes and then do a couple of features off that. The problem was that SQL mesh requires Pydantic greater than 2.0.
Okay.
Yeah, basically all evolution IQ is tied to previous versions. But anyways, I worked that out just by installing the metacode codes package in another repo and just pulling that into a Parquet file. So it's kind of like simulating that process for now. And then just pushing that Parquet file into the other repo and pretending like I actually got it through there. So yeah, I'm hoping to have that done hopefully by the end of today, and then start writing some thoughts up for.
Okay, so the first feature that you are actually building is the extraction of ICD codes. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, so basically, I think we just wanted to kind of like build out the same thing in both, and
Sure, makes sense.
both. Um, I am not actually like looking at notes and extracting them. I'm using some other tools that do it, right? But basically, I'm pulling out ICD codes from medical notes, and then having another feature that is taking those and adding in severity and doing the same thing with ITC codes, ICD codes, sorry,
ICD
codes. Yeah, and I think there's one more step after we have all that. I forget what it is, but yeah,
codes.
that's what I'm doing. Does that make sense?
Kind of. So you are querying the BigQuery. The notes is in the BigQuery as well.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So there is notes in BigQuery, right? You are extracting. You are using this whatever tool, SQL Mesh or whatever, right? you're connecting to BigQuery, getting the notes, um, not from probably one sources, from multiple sources, and figuring out how to actually extract an ICD code or an ACT code or some other medical codes off of it.
Yep.
And you are now vetting the tool, saying that how easy or how hard, or other criteria that you're actually measuring. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And then one other thing I'm supposed to do is like think about, okay, now what if we change something in how we calculate the feature, like how
Right.
does that look in our data and back stuff and stuff. So I'll be doing that today.
Right. Okay. Cool. Andrew.
Yeah, so we looked at the feature form stuff. We did a QA with feature form a couple of days ago, and then we talked about it with Ben to go over the notes from that meeting.
Okay.
So the conclusion is it seems possible to do what we want to do, but it requires some development from feature form.
Oh, from feature form. Okay.
Yeah, they're like very eager to do it. I don't know. The CEO from feature form comes off as kind of like desperate to me. Like,
I was surprised that it was a CEO in the meeting.
Yeah. He's like, oh yeah, we'll white glove everything, we'll build it. It's not, you're not early adopters. There's 2 other companies using it. So, but like, even if we can do what we want, like, it's not like a super clean solution. Like, I think we'd have to get creative with it to figure out how to do it.
Right.
And then plus, like, I think it's just like very new product. It doesn't even have like a run function to like actually like materialize your DAG and like run the queries. So, so we're gonna look at Tecton today. We have a demo meeting with them.
Okay.
And
1 o'clock,
but
right?
like the last few weeks of working on feature form, like I think it helped like clarify like what we really needed to do and like the difference between like the ML experimentation side and the production run side. And that we need a solution that can handle both.
Right.
Yeah, so there's that, and then I've also been working on that MongoDB secret rotation. Seems like we got the key rotated in GCP, and Miles is going to rotate it in the VMs today. I do see the secret exists in AWS. I'm not sure if it's actually used or not, but I'm looking at how to update that. The GitHub action that we used to deploy the new secret in GCP, it didn't seem to work for Amazon, so I need to dig into it a bit more.
Gotcha.
And then for on-call issues, there hasn't been any on-call issues. I did notice there was like a bug in how I wrote the queries for the model metrics stuff, so I fixed that the other day too. But yeah, a bunch of just like random stuff.
Right, I understand.
Never mind.
I've been having talks with Rohan here and there a little bit. I'm really sorry. I'm fully focused with data ingestion side because that is on fire mode at this point of time, and I'm not giving this enough love, very honestly. However, I took some time today deliberately, and I tried to read what Ben has provided in the documents. What are we actually looking at for building feature store? And I built a like very rudimentary, like simple Excel sheet, and said that this is what we need to do. This is no way inform done. It's very much work in progress, but I just got started on it, right? I just pulled the dates directly out of that sheet. That's why it's actually showing as like, oh, my POC will be done by 110, which is not true. So don't take this dates, right? Here is my intention, and I want your feedback on this, right? My intention is to actually adopt our feature store with STD by end of Q1. Okay. That today's
Adopt.
Sorry.
Can you say it one more time? Outside?
Right. So my goal is to figure out which POC is good, make a decision, and adopt this new feature store at least for one product, which is working with Miles and get it adopted on their front, right? I think that's a challenging enough metric for ourselves because we don't we don't have to do the whole or like really polish up how our system is actually working, but it will also give us a fail fast situation saying that, oh, we have invested so and so time, whether it's working, not working, or there are other nuances to iron out with one adoption. I think that makes sense to me, right? That's what I that's what I want to achieve for end of Q1. So today's Jan 30th. So that leaves us with whole month of February and March. And yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Tico.
I'm just wondering, do we have we thought about, or are we ready to think about like what does it mean to onboard a team onto it? Because
That's
I'm thinking it's probably a lot of work, and I'm wondering if we have some sort of strategy, or we come up with a strategy of can we do it piecemeal, like migrate some features and over time do it, something like that.
that's exactly, literally, that's exactly what I'm thinking about right now, right? What I'm thinking about is, yeah, feature store, it can do so many things. Probably it can, pull posters of Angelina Jolie. I don't care, right? My point is that, right? Point is we are not signing up to do bunch of things, right? But I want us to make sure we are addressing our core MVP level requirements, which in my mind basically is this is what we talked about. I think not yesterday, the day before, with regards to why we cannot use fees, right? The transformations are outside of this fees, and if the transformation changes, now we are pointing to something which is not really a true value, right? So if we can contain a transformation within this envelope, right, and make sure it's immutable, right, and it could be adopted, this, let's say we pick like one or two features, not much, right, but it could be adopted by a person like an MLE like Miles, right, into his STD CDS pipeline, right, then that's a big win for us. And that's what MVP is, because in our MVP, we are, along with adopting one or two features into the actual code base, the main thing that we are trying to iron out is decisioning on which tool is correct, making sure it checks our security, making sure it actually is in lines of stance architectural purview, right? Make sure we have secrets and other stuff that we need to worry about, right? Yeah, we can tie with evaluation IQs. Um, we kind of onboard a tool onto our system, right? Those are the things that we are trying to figure out more than us going and building like 100, 200 features for first team and saying that, we build this for you, go use it. It's like a white glove. Then later on, we'll say, now it's up to you, right? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do what we did for ML monitoring. ML monitoring in our case was very simple, right? We did not have to onboard any tool of any kind, right? Here we're thinking about tool. So onboarding that tool to our globe is more important.
Mhm.
When are we publishing the ML monitoring stuff? Or like when are we presenting it?
Oh, we signed up. We just signed up this morning, actually, February 5th next week.
Okay, cool.
So, what do you guys think with my approach?
I think we're missing a line item here, which is like ROI analysis and like because If we
Yeah,
get
we
a
are missing a
question,
lot of
which-
things from here, basically. So what's missing is, clear definition of what we need to make part of MVP, right? What does it actually cost the company, right? And how quickly can we maintain it, right? Of course, it has to go through a security review with Stan and Rich, I think, right? So,
Yeah, exactly. So I think the review, like if we have to, purchase something, I think the review might take like a week or two.
right, exactly, at minimum, right? And that's where I'm trying to minimize our onboarding to say that uh, we have assessed the tool from an angle not only as does it support our requirements or features, not just that, but also uh, is it is it ticking our security requirements and other stuff as well,
Hmm.
right? And that's why I don't want to sign up for saying that, oh, I'm gonna onboard entire STD, and you'll have like 300 features or whatever, right? Let's not do it. Just one feature is okay. Just one feature is okay. Just I can get one medical code, one ICD code of some kind, like fine by me. It's okay. But that's my goal. Any other concerns?
No, just looking at the dates you put. Did you do those?
No, dates are wrong. Don't look at those dates.
Okay.
Okay, I should stop sharing. This sheet is wrong. Okay, so let me
Yeah.
forget about the sheet.
I don't have any concerns. I've been wondering if like we need to start like talking to Quran earlier so that like it's not like at some point we're like, here's all the requirements that we set and here's all the tools we looked at and then here's the one we picked and then he's gonna be like, wait, let's talk about the requirements.
Right.
So, like,
Um,
and be like, so that way we're on the same page. But I'm also worried like if we give him the requirements now, like 2 weeks later, is he gonna remember them?
yeah. Good point.
This is more of a manager question.
Right. Good point. I am unable to reach out. I have meetings with Karan and Mike Luby this last 2 weeks. They're all being pushed out because everyone is actually doing performance reviews. I'll try to set up something, maybe a week and a half from now. Right now, the current situation is all managers have completed their performance reviews already. Right, we literally done yesterday night. Right, so now directors and above, Nishit and Tim and all the folks are actually pitching this to Mike Luby and Karan. Karan is going to pitch this to Sarah and Jonathan, and there are so many things like promotions, peer reviews, and whatnot that's supposed to happen. Right, next 2 weeks. What the reason why I'm telling you this is next 2 weeks. These especially SLT is like crazy busy. Up until now, we were busy because we are really like calibrating, nitpicking, like, oh, what is this going? What is that? How is a person sitting right next to another person? And we're thinking in those directions, right? How should we do? For example, I have mini reviews, right? For example, Tigo and Shiva are both joined less than half of the year. So, like, how do we actually do a mini review? Should we do revisit it? And those are the thoughts in our head so far. But right now, yeah, it's going one level up. But good point. I'm definitely going to go to Karan sooner than later because I don't want him to come out and say like, why are you even doing this? I don't care, right? Fortunately, Georg is Georg is aligned with us, so I'm expecting a very less pushback from that angle.
But he could potentially. Okay, so you don't think he'll You think whatever say the requirements are, you think he's in agreement already?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is basically he will not kill this project. That's that's what I'm saying, right? We might have like very much heated debates. Debates with Karan are very aggressive debates, right? I have proposed feature store to him in middle of Q4 24 for my Q1, and he kind of very softly kicked me out of his room. He's like, get out, right? I tried to tell him in different manner, like, no, get out, right? Because at the time his head was in different space. Obviously, there was no acquisition still in motion, right? Of course, I didn't know, right? Nishit I asked Nishit. He didn't know about acquisition. So me and Nishit were like, why? Well, I thought our head is in right place. What's going on? So probably this conversation will be much more easier. But it will be back and forth with what functional requirements is what he would talk about. Having said that, I have one more topic. Is I do want us to take up this idea of replacing the secret IDs with and bias IDs. Right? I'm hearing constantly that technically it's not a big deal, but culturally it is a big deal. Right? If culture is the issue, then I know whom to leverage. It's none other than Georg. He will push people to actually do the right thing all the time, right? He's been very helpful to me in figuring out some of the culture issues that I'm trying to solve here, right? So I can rely on him. But Anthony, Andrew, I'm actually looking at you to tell me how big is this sacred ID to weights and biases ID migration? No new design or anything like that, just replace.
Probably like a 2-week project. Yeah. So I think it's only used in the training pipelines. Obviously, when we're updating this MongoDB thing, we're like, well, this is like we don't think it's very risky, but then we're not. There's always the chance that maybe somewhere in the code it's doing something weird. But I think like the basic thing would not be such a big deal, because like some repos have already accepted it. So.
Right. Right. Sorry, just 1 second. I was looking at. What my notes for the other day on Rohan said, what's the correct client for this? He said LTD is the right one. He definitely said STD is not the right one.
Well, I don't know. Like the thing is, I've looked at the code that uses Sacred, and the way it uses Sacred to run experiments, it's like the whole pipeline uses Sacred. So I shouldn't just spout stuff off the top of my head.
God, no, I don't. Oh, that will be a big problem.
I mean, it's not like I don't think it's the whole pipeline. Like there's the call to run the pipeline that creates a Sacred experiment, and then the Sacred experiment kind of is what sets up all the functions to actually, run one after the other for the training pipeline. I'm not an expert at this. I'm just
Okay,
like
fine. I understand. I understand it's impossible for any one person to actually know, like, what's actually happening, because it's so much of spaghetti. I understand that. Let me ask this. Actually, that was not my question. My question is, can we take this up now, along with this POC?
This list up.
My point being, this will accelerate TICO.
Okay.
Well, the idea is to throw you on the deep end of the pool. This is no.
Oh, you mean for me to help do that?
Yeah. So I mean, you would understand. It will force you to actually look at the pipeline code, and you can actually
Yeah.
show you for like
Yeah.
first few bits and whatnot, and
Yeah, it would be helpful. Yeah.
because on the scoring pipeline work, I'm trying. I'm not getting enough traction. I have to leverage Georg on that again. I think it's a much bigger lift than sacred IDs for you to actually go and contribute immediately, right? With Andrew, he can actually go and balance that very easily. If somebody says, "Oh, suddenly I want to work upon this scoring pipeline," he's like, "I already gave you the cutover plan. You try it and let me know where something is going wrong, and you can quickly go and resolve it." You're like a very tactical thing, right? Uh, where and if I were you, Tico, right, I would feel very uncomfortable going into a situation where there is a cutover plan and everything, and go and directly jump into saying that, oh, this is what you need to change, or this is the issue that you're trying to fix. It's very hard to actually fix from that point, right? Because so many things have already ironed out. You don't have that lineage to find out, oh, how this actually came about, and how am I supposed to understand this, right? But with this problem, at least you'll start looking at things like, oh, I see, this is how it works, this is how it works, this is, then you'll build your lineage by yourself. And because the conversion is also minimal, I'm not saying it's non-existent, but it's minimal. I'm thinking it's a good opportunity for you to quickly ramp up to this poly action.
Yep.
And let's assume it's not just 2 weeks. Let's assume it's like 3 weeks. What I'm really asking basically is, do you guys have that brain space to actually do both at the same time? Then I can dial down a little bit on the feature store. I don't know. Let's imagine we're doing both projects, and tell me how good, bad, ugly situation will be. Or
I mean, I think there is going to be some free time while we're writing up the ROI stuff and discussing it with upper leadership. Because they're busy. It's not like we can talk to them just like for a
correct,
full day about it, right?
correct.
That said, okay, yeah, maybe this is a good project because it requires going in the pipeline code. We also need to like update weights and bias SDK, and then update our weights and bias server version,
Oh,
which is like
I see. That
But like, I haven't done it. I started looking at it over the year end, but their versions is not very. They don't have a guide to tell you what they broke from different versions. So
right.
when I was bumping versions, like I was like, oh, this is backwards incompatible. That's backwards incompatible. All of our tests mock the weights and bias API, so we don't actually we don't have a way we don't actually have tests that actually call the API. So if the API breaks, we will only find out when we actually update it.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a very naughty problem. I feel like we just have to like bite the bullet and try it and break some stuff. And but the reason that I think we should do that is one, they're recommending it. Two, they made a lot of like performance upgrades. Three, right now we have this like a lot of like very complicated logic for loading the models and downloading them from GCS
Mm-hmm.
because the weights and bias storage does not work for the models, which they say they have fixed, but it's on a newer version. And a lot of our automations and stuff is like they say it should get better when we upgrade to new version too, because like their UI for automations on the current version is kind of difficult to use.
Mm. Okay, this problem is going deeper than.
But we have free time. I think I can onboard Tico to where to look for the sacred ID stuff and how it works. Maybe might be faster even to pull Rohan in if he has time, but like if we have 2 free weeks, like Tico could do that. I could work on the weights and bias stuff.
Okay, let me think for one more day. Let's see how. Yeah, let me think for one more day. Let's see how this tech-town meeting actually goes. Which, by the way, I probably can't make it, but we can catch up on that tomorrow. That's fine. Oh yeah, I can't. I have this non-stop performance meeting. Fine. So we definitely need to do the weights and biases upgrade as well, along with this secret ID rotation. Is what you're saying?
We don't definitely need to do it, and we're chugging along without it.
Right.
But I think it would be. I think it would have more of an improvement, honestly, than
Right.
Sacred ID.
Got it.
Sacred ID that would save the MongoDB cost, which is also good.
Right. Okay. Okay. I'll think about it for one day. I'll actually catch up with Rohan and see what he also thinks.
Yeah, I don't know how much we actually are spending on MongoDB, so like the upfront cost
It's not
is a little
much.
bit, and then how long?
It's not much. Like I think $1,000 per year, or even not even that.
Okay, yeah.
It's not much at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this debate. Like, oh no, dude, cut the cost.
Yeah.
But okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye. Hey, how are you, man?
Hey, long time no see.
I know. Give me 1 second. Where is the? I think I started a DM, right? With Noah. What happened? Noah. Yeah, that's it.
What are you looking for?
Weights and biases license anyway. Everyone, hold on a sec. Please accessing the license. New request. Website the in 3 days. Any update, please. Okay. All right. How are you, sir?
Good.
What are you?
A lot better today. Had a lot of stuff going on, but today's so far a lot better. But yeah, just to give you a quick update then. So I did buy the tickets to El Salvador, but I bought them so that I could actually cancel or anything because there's a lot of unknowns still. Like, is Pati's green card even gonna get here on time? Right? If not, obviously we gotta cancel. And then also, like I said, Pati, she gets nervous traveling, so she really wants to have that medication that she's gonna get, hopefully. So it also depends on that. So I can request the time off just to have it in there and then cancel it if needed.
Yeah.
Well,
Sounds good.
yeah. Okay. Yep. So other than so I think all that is fine and marching now. So that's good.
Okay, cool.
And so the feature store stuff, I think yeah, so far we've been kind of driving it like Ben's been driving it, and it's been kind of like, you know, really normal companies, startup company, like just work agile fast. And but I think that we probably could have a little bit more structure and like write things down more and stuff. I think well, Ben's not on it 100%, but like yeah, I think we Ben is kind of defined like what are we trying to do in the PLC, but it's always been a little bit like, oh, let me just throw three bullet points down, right? So, but I do know what I'm doing now after, you know, talking with him more and stuff. But I just want to say, yeah, I think it can benefit from a little bit more structure, which is what I think you're trying to add in with
I got Valentine's Day gift. Okay. Let's
Open.
Hello.
Open. I'm sure you'll be surprised. Open.
Wow. I did not expect this at all. Oh. I think that's Whoa, my God. Oh my God. I saw this, and it has a perfume on it.
So you thought it's a perfume? Yeah, it's your favorite one.
Oh my God. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I did wear that today.
Mm-hmm. This is the original one.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow.
Great. Try it out.
I see. It's exactly the same. My God, it's so good. So good.
ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయలే కదా
Asal.
ఆ రేట్ అది ఇచ్చేసాను
Okay, that's okay.
ఐరిష్ వస్తుంది
Oh, they actually sent some samples too. నా బడ్జెట్ ఏం లేదు Oh, did you get subscription? Oh, I like this book. Yeah. Multiple scent strips. Did you get subscription?
జస్ట్ వన్ టైం పర్చేస్
Great.
ఈ రూమ్ లోనే స్మెల్ తిరిగిపోతుంది తెలుసా
Man, I did not expect this. Oh, it's so good.
యా జస్ట్ వన్ టైం కిందకి వెళ్తున్నా పెట్టుకోండి
Yeah. It's great.
feeling?
I'm okay. Actually, I went for few tests yesterday, but I never thought I'd be so sore after them. So a little bit invasive, but
Yeah.
I was like, by the time I came home, I was like battered dough. I was like, oh, come on.
How's your daughter doing? Is she better now?
Oh yeah, she's doing good. She's doing good. She's back to school, having fun.
You live in Parsippany, right? No.
Yeah, closer to Parsippany, yeah. Morristown, Parsippany.
I think Nishit is also joining.
Yeah. Google Chrome has turned off reaction efforts. Thank God, because what happens is I have habit of doing this when I'm actually thinking, and it
Yeah.
gives sparkles, and I'm like, no, this is not. I'm not celebrating anything. I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's annoying. It can be very annoying.
One day, I think Zoom also has it. While I was at Capital One, my job before this one, there was like a P0 that I was like really into it, and there is like balloons coming from the behind, and everybody was laughing, and I'm like, why are you laughing? You're talking about something serious, and I look behind you.
Hey guys,
Hello.
how's everybody doing?
Good.
Um,
I know that nod. This is what we talked about.
what happened, Nishit?
No. It's just I think I was telling Christian and Sanat the other day. It's like whenever one-on-one with Craig, like the way he knows if I'm doing well or not is by how many nods I give him when he asks me how I'm doing.
Okay.
I give too many nods, it means it's really bad.
Oh, too many nods is bad. Okay.
That's it. So now you know my tone.
All right. Or you could just say it's bad. Okay. One thing I wanted to chat about quickly is, like just align on the agenda and scope first, because I feel like if we do like data ingestion at large, like include like the structured data side of it and everything, that I think that's going to be like too big a scope. That's my opinion. I think right now what is really top of mind for my teammates on product, as well as like a couple of EMs, is really docs. Like everyone, it cares about docs a lot.
Yeah.
So if we can highlight that process, I think that would be good. I am not going to turn this 15 minutes into a process training. I've decided that's just failure mode. I think what I'll do is for the 15 minutes give a like this is the queue, this is how the various parts of the process, this is how much time reasonably they should expect to take, considering no surprises. So it's more predictable for you guys, but we will roll out an official process. And for now, if there's new customers that come in or new things, like just ping, Sanket and Krishna on the channel, and then we can have a discussion, and then we'll roll out an official intake process later. I want to keep it at that. I don't want to be like, oh, this is because I feel like then it'll just get really big. I wanted to see what you guys thought there.
No, that's good. I like that approach. It's less formalized. I think it's good.
Okay, sorry. You guys can keep talking. I'm just gonna write them.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking that. Yeah. So yeah, I think it'd be really good. Like I think both of you have said, like, why is this a hard, like in terms of the infrastructure, right? Like why is this not as just easy as doing Doc AI pass through? What is the I look to you guys to really make the technical argument there. I can help with like how to translate it for PMs, but like I think I personally myself don't know. Like if someone asked me today, Sanket,
Yeah.
how is the doc ingestion process, like why is it so hard? Why is it not just doc AI pass through? I know for transcription now why, but everything else, what makes this process hard? So be on the same page with you guys about that.
Krishna, are you good with answering that?
Yeah, I think so. So before we actually jump into like why is this hard, let's try to understand what the issues are that we are trying to solve with this. Is when we have our previous RDP, which is actually taking all the files in, right?
So I think if you go down that angle, it won't land,
Oh, okay,
right? Like the whole point of that is like, don't think about the history.
okay.
It's about, think about like, and don't even think about RDP or structured data. I get from our perspective, it all flows together.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right? That is our technical achievement, not, they don't care and they should. So all I want to care, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is the messaging, right? So the three things I think we need to, at the end of that 30 minutes is if everyone goes back and understands these three things,
Mhm.
we've succeeded in that meeting. And then to some, your point, someday we can do training later and all this kind of stuff. And so I agree with that.
Yeah.
So do we agree that these are the three things we should, the second one needs a little refinement, but do we agree with 1 and 3 first?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think one will add like we'll also just talk about like we could at a very high level just go through all the steps in the process just to show, like, I guess that also overlaps with complexities, like, hey, there's these steps that we go through for documentation.
Yeah, like the mechanism by which you're doing this is showing what Rohit and you and everyone like we've created now, and just saying at a high level this is what we're thinking about in terms of process.
Yeah.
Like if we told people like, hey, the lead time is 8 weeks, like that should land even if they agree or don't agree.
Yeah.
You're not, like
They could be like it's too much, but yeah, at least they know what it is.
Mhm.
that's my point, right? There's not a debate of like how do we get it faster. Like we all get it, we want to get there. It's I just want to make sure it's landing that, because right now it's like, hey, next week this client's documents are landing. So that's the only thing for me. Like I think that's what will make this successful, is making sure people know that first.
Yeah, agreed. And note about it would also be important, I think. Maybe EMs will get this more intuitively, but for PMs, it would be good to know is like what this is not a serial process, right? Like while some of the doc ingestion stuff is happening, like the delivery teams aren't fully blocked. Like it'll be good to like call out like where what stages unblock what for the.
Got it. I mean, are you doing that? Is that you?
Yeah. I'll include because that's in Rohit's doc as well.
Great.
Actually, that's my doc that Rohit took over. But yeah, that's the doc. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you mean by the parallelization?
Yeah. Like what steps unblock what tasks for delivery teams? It's like, hey, after we've ingested, after we've like, we have all their data, like, and we pull, we do the even before, like, is there any, like before transcription, is there anything that is unblocked by simply indexing all the data? Yes, like document viewer and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep. I think the doc pretty much says that, but yeah, it's just like the system thinking on this and just like inputs and outputs, and I think that will give people enough. When you said parallelization, my first thought was actually also for you, Krishna, like highlighting where the bottlenecks are today.
Mhm.
We may be doing nothing about them, like Doc AI, like we're getting GCP quote, but that's not going to get, like, that is going to be the question you get from Craig or anyone else, right? It's just like, can't you just up the quota? Like, we're done. Like, goes back to complexity, but like that's where people's heads are at right now.
Yeah. I also think one question we would get, I'm just anticipating product leaders and maybe even Karan, if he's there asking this, is like, what if we dump like 10 deliveries? Like, what is the capacity? Like, well, at which point are we gonna reach a breaking point where like actually we need to add more people? And sorry, I think I mentioned this, like what levers can we pull? Like of people, maybe we can request more people, but like doc AI quota, that's not something we can reasonably increase infinitely.
That's fair. Sort of like, yeah, it's going back to the theme of like how many slots can we take on for now? My point is like I don't want a solution in that 30 minutes.
No.
But if you tee that up, it gets into that.
Oh no, I'm saying let's discuss what the levers are that we can pull right now. Like if they ask like, what is how many slots can you take on at once? Then I think we need to have a little bit of an informed answer. And
I don't know if we know that right now.
yeah, we don't know that right now. Right now, maybe that's something we say we're going to.
Yeah, like just to be like it's towards the empathy side. Like we don't have any levers right now from my. It's not about like number of engineers. It's just like this is where we are with .ai. These are levers we've pulled with them. It's not going to help you anymore by pulling more right now because the lead time to get a doc analysis done and this and this and this means that like we're probably going to have this much in queue at .ai at a certain point anyway. Where like the backfill is like we're not like we have the message that like reoccurring is not going to be an issue. Backfill is only where we see these bottlenecks. Like that's I think the important part. So I think the levers conversation is going to get to like, hey, I'm willing to like give you 3 engineers and dovetails and stuff like that.
Okay, I'll get rid of that. You're right. I think the bottlenecks is what we'll cover it, right? Like this is .ai is the bottleneck. There's like, yeah, like well, one thing is like if we have on our side some manual steps to like do analysis, right? There's only so many engineers who can do that, right? Like there's.
Yes. So to the point, that could be one where we could suggest, like, I mean, we have in the past month and a half, and nothing's really like it's like this person could do that analysis. Doesn't need to be on this team, but I think to your point, we could say that like, hey, if we get blasted with 5 more clients, then that means like this team is subsumed, and we need people to do doc analysis. Then we will need after that we can have an educated answer around doc AI processing and how long backfill will take. Like it's important for people to know, like we don't have a calculator right now, and like that's like that sort of thing.
Because the thing is, we don't even know how many pages the client has. Like if we knew how many pages the client has, sure, we can come up with an estimate. But like
pages, doc quality, all the things that we all listed out in that
doc.
Okay. Yeah, the second point is really more for you, Krishna. Like don't focus on RDP, don't focus on SpecDup. Like we shouldn't even say the word. Like
Okay.
We shouldn't even say the word Alexandria. Like we should just be talking about doc ingestion and transcription and how we're getting there, and the 2 new features that we're gonna get to of like whatever else, dedupe, etc.
Right.
Complexity. So I'm not looking for the answer in this meeting. I'm just saying like well let me talk a little bit. Like what is the format of this? Like are we doing like a 3-slide deck first and then talking through something on that? Are we showing something? Are we showing a flow chart? Are we showing a sanitized version of your document? Something like that you want to create like.
Yeah. So I was thinking especially for point number 1 is going through is having like a couple of slides that outline the steps of the process, and then and then one slide like, hey, here's the lead time here, and then maybe the bottlenecks, and like that would be probably like 4 to 5 slides that just go over that. I don't want but that's not going to be technical. That's going to like not really speak of the details of the infrastructure, or like, hey, here's the process, here's the intake. For now, it's going to work like this. Here are our bottlenecks. So here's where we'll have an evolving understanding of capacity, like that kind of just to lay out that messaging. And then in terms of and then I was thinking there would be like adjacent but independent content for the infrastructure itself.
Okay.
And I don't have a preference as to what format that's in. It's up to you. If it's easiest to do it in a Lucid chart, that's fine.
So we do have a Lucid chart where we put all the designs. I want to add one more tab there and completely simplify the whole design. and put it out there and share with it. So if people can look at the simplified version, if they're really interested, they can also go and drill down onto our actual, really technical design flowcharts.
I want to avoid any deep dive here. Like that's
No,
not
deep
gonna
dive is async for other EMs.
no, but my point is more when I think like telling them what the infrastructure is doing, like it should be at most it should be like 4 big boxes.
Mm,
And the thing we talk about technically is the complexity that we are dealing with to build that empathy.
mhm.
And I keep honing on that because quite honestly, between all of us, like that's where platform is today, is we need to make sure people understand that there is complexity here and like there's worth here.
Mhm.
We all know there's worth here, but that's the thing that's missing. And so I don't want to lose that opportunity with this larger group.
Mhm.
It's not about the EMs. This is what I'm trying to say. It is about
I think that should be, this content should be first, in my opinion. Is like building everything, and then
Yeah.
I can cap it off with like the process, and then we'll follow.
Yeah.
so like telling people like in that you should pepper in the B 0.1 whatever versioning Semver scheme we're using, like show that too, right? Show like this date, it's gonna be Feb 6, so you probably want to talk about like, hey, we launched this to credential MetHub or like to get unblocked and do this and that. And then the next thing in the next 2 weeks is this. And so like do show that in a slide. And that talks about like you could talk about complexity within that context, right? Like that, like Aaron's brain, like really the first 10 minutes of that was that, right? And it's just like okay, that's all I need to know. I don't care about your architecture right now.
Mhm.
Does that make sense, Krishna?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you had to say, what are the 3 things, put you on the spot, that are complex on this?
Number one is basically we have the page level transcriptions and the page level quality checks. That was not straightforward. That's one complexity. Because okay, I'm just thrown off balance because you said don't go towards this vector. That's all my mind is at. That's why I'm stumbling here at this point of time. But that's one thing I could bring up regarding the page level, regarding the highlighting, where we can't get to like a word level or phrase level because of doc AI's limitations, right? Um,
So here's one complexity, right? API infrastructure.
oh, okay.
I would frame it differently, right? Frame it in the sense of like, why isn't this done yet? No one's gonna ask you that,
Mhm.
but think of it from that perspective. It's like people are like,
But that's what they're thinking.
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the thing, right? It's like this is the first service being stood up at EIQ.
Mhm.
For God's sake. Like that itself will take this much time, irrespective of whatever that service is actually doing.
Mhm.
And so that's what I mean by the empathy. It's like, it's not just like, here's a library, just like we do everything else for the past 5 years, and like we're building it. No, we're actually increasing our complexity by saying this is gonna be built as a service.
Mhm.
I mean, MedHub will get that because they're doing it too, but that's what you want to communicate, is like that itself is complex. People might ask, why is that complex, and whatever, like you can answer that with Bach and whatnot, but that's what I mean by it. So it can be a little bit technical. I just want but that is not a technical term, like people.
Well, it can totally be technical. Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's important, right? Like
I also think
what's another one?
I also think one complexity is just the unknowns, right? Like basically for us to confidently say like, hey, the transcription is going to take X amount of time, really depends on like having like the most accurate sense of their data, like and the page count and everything. And like these estimates can vary wildly. Like just to give it a very example, right? Like I could even help by giving you an example. It's New York Life has some docs that have 100 pages, 200 pages, and some docs that have 5 pages, 10 pages. So even if you go with like just by going by a sample, and that's a factor of 10, right? So in terms of coming up with estimates, I think that's the complexity. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like why can it take a lot, and why can't people tell me, oh, your thing is going to take like 3 weeks and that's done, right?
Yep.
There's no predictability. Yes, that's
Right. Yeah. Patience, data quality, orientation, handwritten notes, and yeah.
You could put all that in the slide, and then I think that'll overlap with the intake, but that's fine.
We have overlapping. It's fine. Just hit them over the head multiple times with the same thing.
Mhm.
What else, Krishna, do you think is complex? What have you seen? Like, we're like, oh crap, that's gonna be another week, that sort of thing.
Right. One complexity that comes out is we are building the event-driven architecture for the first time, and we are now trying to accommodate a doc AI's time to fit between our events. So for our event will expire in 10 minutes, but we don't know if doc AI will actually respond in 10 minutes, right?
Okay.
So that actually led to a major redesign on our side.
Again, you're going back to the history of like why we have to refactor things. No one cares, right? So when you say event-driven architecture, I think that's good. I maybe don't use so much of the buzzword, but
Yeah.
make it more towards like we are changing the paradigm of looking at these at a unit level, right? We're looking at every file and everything's being done at a claim level, and like whatever that detail is what will resonate, right? Of saying we can now process and reprocess at this very granular unit level,
right,
versus it being all or nothing and a batch as it is today.
Right.
And so that has led us to a hub sub event-based architecture that inherently has, mismatch with how Doc AI processes, how we create batch sizes with them, and that itself, dovetails into like processing predictability, all those like you could mention those things, and that gets a little bit technical, but I think that's what will help people like either people will be like, oh, I know how to solve that, and whatever, they can help you later, or they'll be like, that's over my head. This is complex. I'm gonna leave this meeting knowing that this is complex.
Right. Okay. I think what you just said actually makes a lot of sense. I think I should lead with this one first point, then go into the API infrastructure and then processing predictability, because they will tie in on.
Aaron's like presentation, I think it was really good, because everyone came to Bray and like, it's just a workflow engine. Why didn't we just buy a rules engine and just pay for it? And like, why didn't the team exist?
Right.
That's what I thought initially. Like, I knew more, but like that's what I thought too. And a similar thought might be happening here.
I think that's accurate. Like people always will think that other things are so much easier. So
yeah,
it's like to me like, next best action, like why don't they have extractors that tell you if the examiner actually did that action in real life? After they don't, because there's some complexities on their products that I don't know.
Yes. So that has more of a product lens, like adherence and things. So, but that's what Craig's thoughts were. Like, we already did this, like relatively. Like, why am I using this? And those are two sister teams, right? And like, we're much farther removed from it.
Right.
or these the messaging that we want to get through. Just want to make sure there's nothing else that you both wanted.
So, yeah, my main thing was lead time, predictability in terms of like, hey, this is like, give them a reasonable time frame, like what to expect, and then with the caveat that crazy clients with crazy data can lead to crazy outcomes. That's always the caveat. But like, I want people to have some sort of predictability. That's what it is. It's like what steps are we taking? What steps are after which, you know, the delivery teams are unblocked? Where with the bottlenecks, like I have a good idea of what the bottlenecks are, but like I want you guys to do that as well. So I think we should move personalized content up and mine down.
Do you both want to speak in sequence, or do you just want to like pepper it in together type of thing? Like when you're talking about bottlenecks, it really becomes a technical complexity, and then
Yeah, that's a good point. Like maybe after I see, like to be very honest, like maybe after I see what Krishna has, like we can start looking at like making it like holistic content versus.
Yeah. I rather seems like a tag team might be better.
Yeah.
It's not like my point is like we're doing a demo and like we're doing an architecture walkthrough, like that would be a different segment, but
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The only thing is like I don't want us to get stuck on. I mean, it's not us. I don't want like people to get stuck on like one thing and then we like waste half an hour and like question Q&A about like one specific slide. Like, yeah. So I'll try to keep it moving as well.
We can manage. Yeah. I think 30 minutes is a good amount of time for this, and so two things that seem so obvious, but people may not know is like have a slide on resources. Like this is the channel you go to. Yes, we know, you know, Krishna and Sanket, but like this is the channel for this. This is our wiki page. Like we do have one. Like, you know, some of it is good content, some of it's stale. Just like whatever those are. Point to the lucid charts if people want to go deeper.
Yeah.
Technical point of view, like all that stuff, I think is important. Is there anything we want to show, or is like no, like here's the 5 slides, we'll just talk through things.
Well, I was gonna show like the diagram, but like
That's cool. Like I'm considering that within that umbrella.
oh
I'm saying, put it explicitly. There's no demo here. First and foremost, right?
yeah, no demo.
And then second, is there anything from like would we show? Is this recorded? This might be recorded, but should we show medical documents? Like look at this crap he has. Doctors know.
Yeah, we could show examples of
That's a
high
great
quality
idea.
documents. Yeah.
It's a great idea. I have some samples.
Yeah, we could show examples of really bad quality documents.
Yeah, I do.
And this is all good, right? And I think it'll hit the message, but I think if you leave people with like something there, but also wherever my head's going is like Celine, like does Celine have like metrics, for example, right? Of how she evaluates documents.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if you just showed that as a snippet, like these are the 6 metrics we use. It could go over people's head, that's okay, but it's just like that's also demonstrating complexity.
Yes, I do have that handy. She has presented this with MedHub team. I can pull excerpts for that from that, right?
Yeah.
I do also have information on how our OCR algorithm is actually optimized towards runtime more. It's skewed towards faster runtime than over optimizing on quality. So I have all those metrics.
That's fine. I think it's just showing complexity is working.
Yeah.
When do we want to connect again?
Brief check-in tomorrow and like actual review Monday maybe.
Yeah, sounds great. I have 2:30 tomorrow, actually. Or 4.
Yeah, just put something in, but I think, what do we want to do in the check-in tomorrow? Like, what do you realistically can get done?
Well, I wanted to share maybe like a first draft of my
Me too.
of the intake stuff. Yeah, and then obviously that's not going to be the final because we're going to weave in all the content together. Yeah, but like at least
Okay,
we'll have
cool.
a good idea of what I have.
All right, let's go through skeleton tomorrow, and then Monday afternoon, let's go through the rest.
Yep. Cool.
Fun.
Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Alright.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Recording in
So
progress.
I'm a tech lead on our AI labs, and I'm working with our ML Infra team, which is the other folks here, to try to unify all of our very ununified data transformations and storage.
Awesome. Yeah, and that was great too. If you all don't mind, maybe when you introduce yourselves, maybe just explain kind of like, well, what are the main things you're looking to get out of this conversation? I think that'd be helpful. Cool. Thanks, Ben.
I'll go next. I'm Andrew. I am a senior engineer on the ML platforms team. What I actually do is mostly just like data engineering and backend systems. Yeah, what I'm trying to get out of the call is I have a few like product requirement questions, so I want to see how we implement that in Tecton.
Awesome.
All right,
Sweet.
well, Krishna, you want to go or?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Steven Tico Ford. They call me. I'm a senior software engineer, also on the ML infrastructure team. Been here 3 months, and yeah, I'm still learning a lot about feature stores. So I'm just interested in understanding how you guys differ from like SQL Mesh, which I've been digging a little bit into.
Cool. Awesome. Krishna.
Yes. Hey guys, how are you? I'm the Ian on the platform engineering side here at TAQ. I run this team that we are trying to evaluate a few tools in the market. Plus, I also own one more project, which is data ingestion, which is basically OCR. So Yeah, feature store is something that we are very motivated to actually solve with it, right? And what I'm trying to get from this call is how Tecton can actually help us. How does it fit into our bill and bill in the sense our needs, like and things like that. So yeah.
Cool. No, that's great. That's awesome. So it kind of at a high level here, and some people are looking to learn more about feature stores as the concept. Some of you all are already familiar with the feature store concept and looking to understand how Tecton specifically can help you all at Evolution IQ. And I guess if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit of insight here, like how far down the path are you in terms of evaluating feature stores? Like, have you already tried to build one in-house? Are you looking at mainly third parties? If you wouldn't mind filling this in there.
Yeah, we're only looking at third parties. Sergey and I have built a feature store, and I do not want to do it again. So we're looking at third parties. We've started and are like reasonably midway through 2 other tools. Yeah, that's where we are.
Cool. Okay, that's helpful. And do you have like a timeline in terms of when you want to make a decision by, when you want like to at least begin implementing a feature store?
I mean, yeah, go for a question.
So I do want to take a decision quickly, but right now where our head is at is each tool that we're evaluating is actually giving us one strength. I'll be very honest with you, and I'm trying to really think about in which strength should we actually rely upon for our needs is where my head is at right now. So from a decision perspective, we want to take sooner than later is where we are.
Okay, that's an interesting comment you made. You felt like the 2 solutions you're looking at each give you a different advantage or different strengths. Would you mind elaborating on what those strengths are, and then maybe on top of that, like, hey, in an ideal world, what would you want this feature store to be able to do for you all?
I will let tech team take over.
Yeah, so I'm really more focused on the production side of it. So like once the MLEs have like experimented and defined their features, being able to materialize them like on a daily basis, like more focused on batch jobs. So like if we get like some raw files from the client every day, running them through the pipeline and having features, and then being able to update our predictions. We're an insurance company, so we have a predictions on like insurance claims that we want to update every day as we get new information from the insurance providers. So like an insurance claim might get like some new doctor's information, like maybe the insuree went to the doctor and got some notes or something. Yeah, and so the big part of that is that like if we have different machine learning models using those features, we want to be able to update the features and have like multiple variants that are all live, so that like we can have one model using the old version of a feature and then a newer model using the new version of the feature until we're ready to deprecate the model.
Okay, cool. So that's like your ideal state. That is kind of what you described. Like because to play back, kind of what I heard is obviously you're focusing more on like the collection side. Once Emily's has defined what the feature you want to be able to materialize and be able to use different versions of features to serve these predictive models, and primarily using batch data sources right now. Are you using any real-time streaming data sources as well, or is that maybe somewhere where you want to get to, or is it really not needed for your use cases today?
Not right now, but like one day it's a product stream to have real time.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
And then like there definitely are like more specific requirements from the MLEs and what they want to be able to do, but I don't think it would be like anything different from what any other company is doing in that regard.
Okay, cool. Then Tico, anything else you would add in terms of what you would want this feature store to be able to allow you to do? And again, also curious too, like what the strengths are in the other feature stores that you've seen that you've evaluated.
The main strength in Go for it, Tico.
No, I was just gonna say Andrew summarized it pretty well, but yeah, like one thing that I've liked about SQL Mesh is like kind of like the simplicity of right now we have DBT defined SQL, and we could kind of fairly easily port a lot of that stuff over, and like the ability to just connect Python models with SQL models just kind of seamlessly has been really helpful too, and I can picture that being really useful for the MLEs.
Cool. Ben, how about yourself?
Yeah, I would say definitely the open source aspect of it makes it a lot easier to start working with. That's why we've gotten so far so quickly with the POCs of them. They're neither of them, I would say, are nearly as feature complete as Tecton, but we have like an enormous amount of security rules. And so that's honestly the right place to start, which is we weren't sure based on your architecture diagram if any part of the system had to be in your environment, or if we could do 100% air gapped in our environment.
Yeah, that's a good question. Sergio, do you want to go ahead and take that?
Sure. So our deployments, here, let me actually share screen. I'll share the link. It's in our.
And really quick, just for context of the general conversation, while you pull this up, Sergio, this obviously been helpful, and I think the point of this conversation, especially since you're already kind of down the road in evaluating feature stores, I also want to understand a little bit more about like, hey, what are your challenges? What are you looking to solve for? What are some of your use cases? I know you're going to have some architecture questions such as this one. And then if we have time later on, might even hop into parts of the product just to kind of hit on key things that you're looking for. And then we can go from there on next steps. But just to kind of lay out the agenda. But yeah, back to you, Sergio.
Sure. So very quickly respond. Yes, we do deploy with it's a combined deployment, right? Some stuff is on your VPC, some stuff is on ours. Now the dedicated, this VPC is not shared, right? So we create a dedicated account for each of our customers, and the VPCs that are on our side help us to manage the infrastructure that we manage for you. But it's exclusive to each customer. Right. So
what access do you guys have in terms of like what actually do you have access to in that VPC?
So let me walk you through this, right? Because this is the general deployment architecture, right? Where the control plane, where we do all the orchestration, is on our side. Your application's obviously on your side, and all the data is on your side. So the data plane is all on your VPC. Now on the Tecton side, there's some flow of data for processing, but let me describe that in a little more detail. And I'll give you the link to this doc, right? So if you look at the feature retrieval data flow, it looks like this. So we provide the feature serving infrastructure. So requests from the application go to our in-flight feature processing that has the cache, has the real-time calculation deployed, and all the auto scalability that we provide. We also provide some compute, all right, where we do real-time feature calculations. If you're doing pure batch, you're probably not, you don't require going through this path, but for feature retrieval, you do. So in feature processing, well, one more thing, the online and offline feature stores are the data plane on your end. When it comes to the online, the offline feature retrieval, that occurs, so in batch, that all occurs on your end. And because it doesn't require the online serving capability. So if you're doing pure batch, all the data processing could exist purely on your end.
Is there a way to deploy it without the online store? That online store is for sure zero chance we'll never be able to exist at EIQ. There's we just can't. We'll get blocked 100%.
Okay, so the online store options for you are either Redis or Dynamo. Those are the two options, and those are your accounts on Redis or Dynamo that we simply connect to.
And really quick on that front, in terms of your all's infrastructure, I mean, are you guys using Dynamo or Redis today? What's the breakdown look like?
We have like our first Redis cluster that's been deployed. I think it's Memstore on GCP. Everything that we do is on GCP. And they're essentially the only cloud provider that's allowed to have access to any thing that has to do with EIQ. Otherwise, yeah, that's it. So we have a small Redis cluster that's deployed in GCP, managed by GCP.
And we support GCP as well as AWS on your end.
But that online store architecture, I mean, we honestly don't need an online store at the moment. Obviously we would like in the future, but it's not actually necessary for us. But
right.
Is there a way to deploy this such that
the answer
features
are yeah, you can have, if you have pure batch processing, right? Where it's all, where you have batch inference as well, then yeah, it can all live in the offline store.
Okay.
And that offline
features. Do I go to the feature serving layer, right? And then
you can't just load them through the batch SDK though. The feature serving is just for low latency, but we don't need that use case, at least right now. You know what I mean, Andrew?
What about the compute part?
Well, so on the compute part, while we provide the real time calculation, so we have three types of data pipelines. There's batch pipelines, there's streaming pipelines, and there's real time pipelines. The real time ones are the ones that require our feature serving infrastructure. If you're not doing any real time pipeline, if it's pure batch, it can live all of the calculations. While we'll still have the control plane for doing orchestration, provisioning, and scheduling and executing, monitoring of the jobs. All of the processing occurs on your side. So in terms of compute, while we provide our own compute as an option, which uses the Riff engine, you could also make all of your batch processing just use your own compute engines. You can use Spark, you can use Snowflake to do the processing on your end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me stop sharing and I'll give the screen back to you, Mark.
Yeah, all good. And I'm hoping that throughout the conversation, if there's anything that's super pressing or important, we can pivot and go into that. So in terms of how are features built today, or are features even being built today? And if so, do you typically use Python or PySpark or something else?
Yeah, it's mostly SQL and DBT, and then it's weird amalgams of sklearn pipelines that are kind of shoved all over the place.
Yeah, and our intermediary features are actually pushed into BigQuery table. We have a GCP shop, and that's where we are pulling our data into the sklearn pipelines.
Got it. Okay, helpful. And what are obviously you're looking to bring in a feature store because I think Ben, you said it at the beginning, you got a lot of different data sources aren't very organized, not working in sync specifically. You elaborate maybe a little bit more on some of the real challenges you're looking to solve, and what are the primary use cases you all are building models for?
Yeah, I mean our use cases are pretty simple. I think they're pretty bread and butter for what Tecton does. We right now have a bunch of duplicated repos that are all sort of calculating mostly the same data with very small tweaks. And so it's just a huge waste of compute. There's also no discoverability. It's also just really error prone and things like that. We have a bunch of different product lines that are 90% the same. But because they were 90% the same, and this was 3 years ago before a platform team existed, they just broke all the repos into their own repos, and that's sort of what's been happening. So we want to bring that back to, and also it's one table that just has every feature. It's just this one very wide. Sergio would lose his absolute mind of the lack of star schema of this system. But essentially all we're trying to do is just normalize all of our tables into feature groups and have versioning of features such that if there is a small tweak, one team can make that tweak, but it won't impact the other teams that are still needing the materialization of the older versions of that feature. If we could just get, I think, Andrew, correct me if I'm missing, but like those things, and then obviously the UI and stuff like that, like that's really the biggest thing we want is like all of our sklearn pipelines are no longer happening at model inference time. They're happening preemptively once, and they're all able for every team to just access whatever feature they want through an SDK. That's really the only thing we need.
And so to answer that question about variants, right? We absolutely support variants. You can have different versions of the pipelines deployed and serving different feature vectors, right? So you can create multiple versions of a pipeline, have them all live at the same time.
Yeah, cool. No, that's really helpful. And then just to kind of zoom out a little bit and look at the business. I mean, obviously, I did research on you all. That idea is like AI-powered claims. You seem to be working, you guys like B2B. I mean, obviously, you're probably working with your customers, individual, customers, like consumers. But what does the business model actually look like?
Yeah, I'll answer.
Go for it.
We work with insurance providers. They provide us their insurance claims, which is like a ton of PII. But it's all like medical information for anybody, for like workers' compensation, like somebody got injured at work or somebody got sick, they take time off, and this is the insurance claims. So we take that data and then we run our models on it to generate like a score, which like the way insurance industry works is you'll have a claim examiner and they have a book of claims. So like they're in charge of like 100 different insurance claims and they just review them on like a schedule. Like they'll just say, oh, I need to review every claim, like check in on it like every 30 days, like call them up, say like, are you still hurt? Did you go to the doctor? That kind of thing. So what we try to predict is like, instead of just doing it on like a fixed schedule, just like, well, certain types of injuries heal faster. So maybe look at those more often, or like certain types of injuries have like a higher recovery score. You don't have to wait 30 days if somebody stubbed their toe. You can just call them back in 2 weeks. And that helps them close out the claims faster. And if you close out the claims faster, it means you don't have to send out like, if you're sending a weekly check to that person to cover their time off of work, then that's one less check you got to send.
Got it. Okay, so saves them money, and the claim generator can basically handle more claims, essentially.
Yeah,
True.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're not wasting time just looking at stuff that you don't need to look at. Like, oh, I mean, I don't know a specific injury, like, but like some injury, like you're never going to work again or something.
Yeah.
Like, why check in on that person every 30 days?
Totally. Okay. Cool. Very helpful. Very helpful. Nice. I appreciate that. I think that's all. And I'm sure I'll think of more things as we continue the conversation. That's all the questions I have for right now. Sergio, anything else on your side before? I was going to kind of just give you like a high level intro into Tecton, give you examples of like customers and use cases we help solve. Would that be beneficial? I'm curious, what is, sorry, Sergio, one more question. What's everyone's familiarity with Tecton?
I've only looked through the docs. I created an account and like looked at the quick start notebook, but
nice. Okay. Cool.
I have a decent amount, but Tigo, you go.
No, I was saying that's more than me even. So.
Okay. Cool. Christian, how about yourself? Is Tecton pretty new?
Yes, Tecton is
Okay.
very new to me. I have not played with it at all.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, maybe I can give an overview, and just so you have an understanding, even more context is like, hey, why do we even exist? Like, how did we even get here? And then we can figure out where we want to take this from here. Sergio, any questions from your side before we go into this?
No, I think it's pretty clear. We've got a proliferation of pipeline problems, and they need to centralize and clean it up and make sure that they have standard feature sets and be able to manage multiple versions. That all seems very, very doable.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. So I guess I always think like giving people context into who we are, really anyone is like it's best done in story form. So our founders were at Uber back in 2016, and they were tasked with getting their first ML models into production. So they actually spent a lot of time on like the model portion of it, but as they did this time and time again, they realized, hey, it's like the model part, like serving the model isn't that complicated. It's everything that comes before that, and then specifically the feature engineering part of that process. So as they built out Michelangelo, which they became relatively well known for, a key part of Michelangelo was the actual feature store, right? So abstracting away the data engineering work required with building these features using various different data sources, right? Whether it's batch streaming real time using all 3 data sources in one feature, for example, automating the building and maintenance of those data pipelines, making sure that training data, production data are in sync to avoid training, serving skew, et cetera. So that became like the first feature store, and then since then have expanded on that to become like an actual feature platform. And we're pretty strong believers here. Maybe you all have similar opinions as you've gone through your ML journey, where whether you're talking about a predictive or a generative model, it's all about getting the right context into that model. And I think that's where the complexity comes into play because of all the different data sources that you need to organize from. Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, if you look at the predictive space, about half of these prototypes are getting into production. The Gen AI space, much less, about 5%. And we believe it all really has to do with the data engineering challenges. And you all have mentioned some of that. I think that's probably one of the reasons, like, Ben, you don't want to go through building a feature store again. You've already done that. And so we structure Tecton, and there's kind of like 4 key pillars to our platform. First is the declarative framework. So this is one of those areas where, hey, whether you're a data scientist or MLE, and it gets really quick question on your side, would it be MLEs building features? Would you get engineers, data scientists? Who would be the ones responsible for this in an ideal future state?
In an ideal world, the MLEs would be able to deploy their own features. But right now, it's like the MLEs have a feature, and then they got to work with data engineers and get it into the pipeline.
Got it. Cool. No, exactly right. So it's some orgs function the same way that you just laid out. Some orgs, data scientists are responsible for building features, and they typically have to throw it over the fence to the MLE or the data engineer, right? It just takes time. You can't really work as autonomously. So the declarative framework allows, in your case, MLE, just with 3 lines of code, to declare what they want this feature to be, and then Tecton's going to do the rest under the hood. Going back to the abstracting away a lot of that data engineering work required for this. Regardless of the language of data source, we can handle that. And I think a cool example of that was, last year it used to take them 90 days to deploy a new feature. Now they're able to do it in 1 day, and they have not just MLEs, data scientists, but even like PMs building their own features. I think another element here is what we call unified compute. So there's and this definitely happens in the batch space, a lot of times in real time as well, but being able to compute some of these more like complex features that are relatively common. So it could be like time window aggregations, things like that. Being able to do that in a way, I think, like Ben, you mentioned instances where you're recomputing these same features every time, even though 95% is about the same. One, the resharing element is one piece of it, but how do we make the engineering of no matter what type of feature you're building, how do we make that as efficient as possible from an infrastructure cost perspective? The next element, which is called the context registry, I think it would be called like the feature store within the feature platform. So, hey, the centralized location to share, reuse different versions of features. So there is feature versioning within Tecton. Progressive insurance, or just in terms of like the insurance companies work with, like Progressive, USAA, State Farm, Mercury, Prima, a handful of others. But within Progressive, they realized they're actually recreating the wheel about 80% of the time before using Tecton, and realizing how much wasn't being reused or shared previously. And then lastly, the retrieval system. This is probably going to be a little bit more relevant as you will.
Sarah, are we recording?
Sure, yeah. Do it. Okay, we have quite a few people on, so let's go ahead and get started. And the point of this is just to kind of empower you and give you some key reminders. Probably a lot of this stuff is things that you've already heard before, but just some quick reminders before we get into the process of finalizing our download reviews and preparing for our in-person conversations. So we'll start off with just a quick overview of the process and timeline. We're also going to talk about creating a safe space for feedback and identifying needs and potential threats that may come up in these conversations. We're going to go over some key reminders just about making feedback clear, and then follow up with some general do's for the review process. Okay, so in terms of where we are, we have, hopefully everyone has completed the self-peer and upward feedback. And so now you all should be hopefully getting started on working on your downward reviews in Lattice. You're going to have until the 7th to complete those, and then we're going to be having the live discussions shortly after that. In terms of eligibility, we included everyone who started by August 31st. The people who started September to November are not going to be eligible for the full process or merit increases, but will still participate through the mini review process. Okay, so just to make sure everyone is awake post lunch, let's use the chat for a second and just share some of the things that you like to do, or some of the practices that help to create a safe place for feedback. Or feel free to talk. I love hearing your voices.
Me.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I was trying to sing, not say me. That's so funny.
Oh.
I might as well start. Geez. There's like an emotional content that I think about, so that someone knows that I'm really looking out for them, and so I kind of let them know the purpose of the feedback is because there's so many things you can work on.
Yes.
And they have different leverage, and so let's agree with a 6-month performance review is like a 6-month runway. What's the highest leverage thing? Could be a strength, or it could be a place where it's a growth area, but just kind of having people think a little bit more mechanically about it, so it's not so evaluative.
Yeah.
It's forward looking.
Yeah, we need to relate on a personal level and let them know that we care, right? And we also have to examine ourselves and think about what we're bringing to the conversation and why we're sharing specific things, right? Yeah, great. Anyone else? I don't see people in the chat just yet. So, Krishna.
Yeah, I think I believe that us as managers and leaders creating a safe space begins way before feedback. It's if as a leader, if I'm vulnerable with my team, that will make me establish a trustful relationship between me and my associate, and having that trust relationship will make, in my eyes, a much easier conversation for feedback. Right, that's number one. Number two is if I'm able to articulate what a level's expectation is, because everybody has a different set of expectations, saying that, the engineering ladder is basically available for everybody to view, right? And I'm checking this point, I should get like 100% rating out of this, right? But setting that expectations correct, saying that, what is actually meeting expectations and what is actually exceeding the expectations, right? And making sure we articulate it well for our associates, I think that will help us create that safe space.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, building trust it's a long-term thing, right? And it needs to start way in advance of these. And if you do have low trust, to your point, it's going to be much more challenging to have some of these conversations. So I think also just awareness of the relationship dynamics and, really thinking through thoughtfully, what they can hear and, what they won't be able to hear as a result of that, and what you need to do to build that trust on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
And the clarity too. Great. And then I see in the chat, Ashley mentioned giving people advance notice and an overall plan of what they're going to discuss, people to review the content ahead. Yeah. So they're not just reacting in the moment, but can, take time. Maybe they need to collect themselves a little bit and like reflect on it. And so really creating the ability for them to have that bi-directional communication is really key, rather than especially just springing things on. We don't want any surprises coming out during these. In addition, I'm just going to run through a few additional bullets. Those were all really great. So thank you for contributing. But establishing a positive tone. So I think that sometimes, we don't really take the time to notice how we're coming across, but maybe like a quick mirror check, like, am I in a good space? What is it that, how do I want to open up this conversation? Are you just going to dive right in, or are you going to allow some personal space, to invite people into it? So I would say, take it easy, don't rush into it, and make sure that, you're setting a really good tone from the beginning. Also, choosing an appropriate time and place. You're not going to want to do it right after they're giving a really challenging presentation or, something else that's going on that's stressful. And making sure that you have appropriate privacy. And hopefully you've already provided really clear expectations. But if you have not, then you really need to take this opportunity to identify what isn't clear and to really reestablish those, to Krishna's point. Establishing mutual commitments and making sure that, you're also inviting them into it, and that they're not just, kind of disengaged and, going along with something, but you're really working with them in order to identify some key areas for them to focus on moving forward. It's also good to be very conscientious of the words that we're choosing to use. We don't want to use extreme words like always or never that shut down, that trigger people and cause them to shut down. And, it's really important to give them a very clear guidance on where they can grow, where they can develop. But it's also really critical to make sure that it feels very balanced, and that you're highlighting their strengths and how they can leverage their strengths even more going forward. And then framing it as an ongoing process. So this is a point in time that we have, we're dedicating a lot of time and energy to these conversations, but it should be going on throughout the year. Okay, so we're all human here, and each one of us has different areas that we can essentially be either threatened by or be motivated by. And so as managers, it's really important to think through how we manage people on an ongoing basis, and also how we give feedback can impact these different areas. So you see status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. And, I wanted us to kind of think through this, so I blotted out a few of these. So I'd love to get your input. So when we can use the top one as an example. So status. So this is, when people are feeling singled out or, surprised by feedback, when, there's an embarrassing kind of situation. And it can be replenished by things like, demonstrating mutual respect, and giving people strong acknowledgement. Moving on to the certainty one, I'd like to hear from you, what are some of the actions that managers take that can increase certainty?
Yeah, I think having regular one-on-one, showing up on time, throughout the year, more than just like during the reviews, I think are things that I try to do.
Yeah, consistency, regular conversations. Anything else that helps to increase certainty?
I think setting very clear data goals. I think is a great way to do that, to say this is a clear target for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so being extremely clear on things like timelines and strategies, deliverables, and also giving them context, right? We want to empower people as much as possible, and by giving them broader strokes of the bigger picture, it really helps them to be able to make decisions more effectively. What are some ways in which autonomy can be threatened at work?
I'll go. I think like micromanaging or any kind of like dictating where people can spend or not spend their time, like removing people from projects, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great examples. Micromanaging is at the top of this list. Yeah, and it's also about maybe being a little bit dogmatic about there only being one way to do things. I think that there are a lot of different strategies that a lot of different people can take to, have a certain outcome or meet a specific need. And so, when you say that there's only one way, maybe there does need to be consistency for specific things, just to make sure that we're upholding certain standards or whatever it may be. But if there's an ability to invite creative thinking rather than shutting it down, we hire really smart people, and so we want to welcome their involvement in it, and also make sure that they're able to challenge things, and we're asking lots of questions and being curious, right? And putting some of the power in their hands. Oops, I did not mean to do that. What about relatedness? So what are some of the things that we can do to increase relatedness? Maybe someone we haven't heard from yet, and I will call on you. But hopefully get a volunteer. What are things that we should be doing essentially throughout the year, or on an ongoing basis with our teams, just to make sure that people feel the sense of relatedness?
Getting to know them as people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we all have lives outside of work. And it's good to get to know, like, what is it that people enjoy doing, right? What else? Okay, I'm just gonna uncover this one, but making sure that we're doing things with people. I've heard from a number of people, for instance, that feeling isolated or not having a team member, like being responsible solely for the execution of a big project, it can be quite demotivating. So anytime that we can essentially promote collaboration, or find other ways for people to really have that sense of belonging is key. So now we're going to go over some, in each of these areas, we're going to go over some statements, just as examples that can be either motivating or demotivating. And kind of going back to status, one of the ways of thinking about this is whether your people feel like I am valuable, right? When they're walking out of a conversation or interaction with you. And one way to quickly diminish that is by kind of singling them out, or, stating things that just feel really diminishing. one way that we could rephrase things, is to recognize, where they are providing value to the team. And then, to also mention like, okay, but I've noticed that, here's some other areas that, and maybe this is an opportunity to point someone to someone else on the team as a potential mentor as well. Certainty. So this is people knowing where they stand. And here are a couple of examples. I'm not going to read these all off, but just wanted to give a handful of examples that are on either side of the coin here. Okay, so let's look at this example together. So this is a manager who is giving some feedback to a direct report. Which elements of the SCARF model are threatened by this example? In this example. Feel free to come off of mute and share your thoughts.
I would say, jump in and say certainty.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty nervous after I heard that.
Yeah, certainty. So like job security, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also certainty in other ways, right? So like, it's not really clear exactly what's being described here. It's like these reports. There's a lot of room for improvement there. What else is threatened? Autonomy. Yeah, it doesn't leave any room for interpretation. So what would we do to increase autonomy in this situation?
Probably kind of asking more about, like, I've noticed a trend in these reports not hitting the deadline. Can you talk to me about, what's going on there?
Yeah.
It could be something outside their direct control.
Yeah, totally. That's great. What else? I think that there's probably ways in which all 5 of them are diminished in this example. Anyone else want to tackle one? Always. Yep. Yeah, so which one would that one maybe trigger? Probably at least fairness, right? It could be true that they always miss it, but it's probably not a fair representation. What about relatedness? In what ways does this diminish relatedness? And what could we do differently? I think there's the relatedness both between the manager and the individual. That's probably very diminished in the situation, but also kind of pinning them against the entire team, right? Putting them at odds with the team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and move on. And, one of the things that I mentioned a little bit earlier is, showing up with your own sense of awareness. So this is especially important when we're giving challenging feedback. I think that it's really important for us to think through, what is it that we want to convey to this person, and what are some of the motivations, and, really questioning ourselves in terms of, the ways in which maybe we've also contributed to them either not getting the feedback that they need at an earlier time, or, giving feedback that just isn't going to be, it isn't going to be received well. And that can, these are some great questions that you can kind of run through if you do feel like you're about to give some really challenging feedback. And it can hopefully help to guide you both towards a more empathetic and a more balanced presentation of your feedback. Anything on here kind of stand out to you in terms of thoughtfulness or examples when, you know, maybe you saw this either done really well or done really poorly as a result of the way that the giver was showing up or how well prepared they were? Do any of these stand out as questions that you find particularly useful for any potential feedback that you have even coming up?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the key one is always that, you know, have I put off giving this feedback?
Mhm.
I can think of an example where I received feedback, trying to have me be the receiver for this one,
Mhm.
where I kind of came in a meeting and I didn't really know I didn't know enough about that meeting, and I started like, you know, kind of taking charge and stuff. It wasn't that useful. And what was cool is the individual who gave me feedback, like, came up relatively quickly. I think it was the same day or the day after, and they're like, "Hey, you know, you're trying to do the right thing there, but here's how it came across. Actually, wasn't super effective." And they kind of gave me some feedback on it, and it was really, really useful. And I was like, thank God I heard that, because I actually was not like super aware at the time of how it kind of came across. So that
Yeah.
it wasn't put off, and the person like had a pretty clear goal of like, you know, just increasing my awareness and knowing that like I wasn't intending it. And so that was one example, I guess. It wasn't like a performance review feedback or anything.
Yeah.
That's
No, that's great. I love that. So I think that this is kind of it's time for all of us to be a little bit vulnerable with each other. And you know, I think that when we lean into that, it's a huge opportunity for us to really build trust with each other and also gain awareness on, you know, how we're coming across. So you know, none of us are infallible or perfect here. So, you know, I think it's great to even be open to or maybe even invite feedback on how you're giving your feedback, right? That's awesome. Okay, so one of the concepts that we had touched on previously in a Life Labs learning, I know some of you weren't here for that, but it's all about making feedback clear. And this is just a really fun model because it has, you know, easy to remember visuals and it's kind of catchy. So essentially, you know, there's, you know, the way to give feedback. Like there's 4 different ways that, you know, feedback can come across, right? It's either a club, as a blurry critique, it's a spade if it is really specific, a heart if it's blurry praise, and a diamond if it is specific praise. And obviously the big takeaway here is that we want to really try to stay on the bottom half of this page, the spades and diamonds, and try to create specificity, not even just when we're giving constructive feedback, but also in our praise, right? Because that's how we are really reinforcing, you know, the behaviors or the things that we want to, you know, continue to see out of them or continue to, you know, help to cultivate. So let's see who is going to give us the quickest responses to each one of these example questions, or statements. Which one is this? You came across as rude in the meeting. A club, right? So what's a way that we could make this club into a spade? How would we remake this one?
Depending on what came across as rudeness, it could be something like, you know, hey, in the meeting, you didn't allow someone else to finish speaking. You like jumped in and cut them off with your own, you know, your own response, and allowing them to finish speaking would have been more appropriate or more personal.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we want to try to avoid is labeling people or commenting on personality. It's much more effective when you're pulling out the specific observable behaviors. Okay, which category is this? You crushed that sales call. It's a heart. Yeah, so this one is, it feels great to hear this, but it's not really specific. Like, what in the sales call was I crushing, right? So what's an example of something that you could say that would be more specific? And turn it into a diamond.
What else was me? I don't know, like maybe like, hey, when the buyer started coming in hot, like with some challenges to your ROI calcs, I really think it helped provide perspective when you just kind of walk back to the previous slide and set the reminded them of like the overall themes and the way that the ROI calcs are not exact, but we know you're doing really well and we know we're a part of that, or something like just got into more of the mechanistic detail of it, maybe
Absolutely.
just kind of winging it, but
yeah,
that's exactly what happened rather than staying just high level.
Exactly. Yeah. So which category is this? This is a spade. So it's specific. It's something observable, and it's of course more on the critique side of things. And then finally, what is this one? Diamond. Yeah. Awesome. So I think that those are just really good to keep in mind. Again, we want to stay in the spade and diamond arena. And then, when you're structuring your feedback, so when you're taking the time to write out your reviews in Lattice, I know that we've talked about situation behavior impact before, but I thought that this one is even more, a little bit more useful for this particular context. So, still you want to start with the specific situation when you're giving feedback. So really going into the specifics of, when this was observed, going into the task, so what it is that they were responsible for, the actions that you saw them take, and the results that were delivered. So an example of that would be, for instance, during a recent client presentation, you were tasked with demonstrating a new dashboard. The goal was to clearly communicate the dashboard's feature and benefits to a potential client and secure their interest in a pilot program. While you demonstrated strong product knowledge, you lacked a clear narrative and focused heavily on technical details, which seemed to lose the client's attention and the overall impact. So impact is really key here, because you want to know what it is that is the end result of their behaviors, right? If it's a client delay or a client renewal, or anything that is essentially going to be really meaningful and really drive home the importance of them doing things in a more effective way. Okay, and I know some people are having to drop for other meetings right now, so trying to move through as quickly as possible so that we can also have some time for Q&A. But these are just some final key reminders as you go into these sessions. So, before you actually have your meeting, you want to Jake's point earlier, really give them enough time to digest and be able to participate in the conversation. So, the recommendation here is that you release it to them at least 4 hours in advance of the meeting. Also, adapting your communication style. So all of us have a lot of different people who, have very different communication styles, personality styles. And one of the most critical things that we can do is learn how to adapt our styles effectively. There are some people who it's okay for you to be a lot more direct with. And I think that that's great. You can kind of just, dive into things a lot faster, if you've already established that rapport. But some people, you're going to have to, be mindful of the energy that they are also expressing, and try to meet them a little bit where they are. So if they are quiet and reflecting, you may want to slow down and kind of reflect that reflective energy with them. So the point here is to make people feel as much at ease as possible, and to really make sure that we're being effective with each one of our direct reports who may be quite different. The other key thing that I just want to call out on this slide is that there's a lot of things that we can give feedback on in these reviews, but it's important to not overwhelm people with too much information, especially new information. So I would say focus on the areas that you think are most critical for them to know. So, their biggest achievements or their biggest areas of development that you see, and try to spend more time on those in a very conversational way, inviting questions, inviting, a two-way dialogue in a way that's going to be really meaningful for them. Okay, so in terms of the presentation, that piece is concluded, but if there's anything that you all think that we should be talking about, challenges that you've observed or that you're experiencing, anything that you want to ask questions about related to this presentation, now is the time.
I'll ask you a quick question, Sarah. How would you think about, since there's like reviews from a bunch of different folks as part of the process, like any notes on how we present feedback that came from other people, like any notes on speaking for others in that context?
Like when you've received feedback, when you're reviewing the feedback, like the peer feedback from other people?
Yeah, like how to represent feedback that is not like your own feedback that you're speaking towards as part of the whole packet.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that kind of filtering through it, making sure that you understand the feedback yourself and that you can kind of condense some of the key takeaways there. Incorporating it into like, hey, like here's some of the key strengths that have been highlighted, for instance, and then moving on to like, hey, in terms of opportunities for growth, here are some key areas that came up as themes. What specifically do you feel like is the challenge there for you?
Well, I guess I haven't seen any practice yet, so I don't know if this challenge is real. But if there's feedback that maybe I like don't identify with or like doesn't fit into a consistent view of feedback across individuals, like let's say that the downward feedback and peer feedback for most folks kind of tells a similar story, but maybe there's feedback from a particular peer that contradicts that. I feel like just ignoring that feedback isn't the right answer, so just thinking about how to incorporate it.
Yeah, I think that there's a decent amount of judgment that's involved with this. If it feels like it's not something that really resonates as being, a bigger thing, I would make sure that you emphasize that like this was, just one comment, if you feel like it's important to include it. And that, maybe it's something for us to kind of reflect on and kind of think through, or, also asking them like, hey, like, what do you think this could be related to, or, but I would say not to overblow anything, especially if it feels like it's not something that is, a clear theme. But if it is something that's concerning enough or important enough, I would dig into that and talk to that individuals to see if you can get a clear picture and decide, more clearly which pieces of it you think need to be included.
Thank you.
And it may be that in talking to that person, you kind of clarify that maybe they need to have a conversation with that person, right? So I think that this is also really an important time for us to empower people to have direct conversations with each other. So if this is indicative of
थैंक यू मैडम, आपने मुझे बता दिया, टॉपिक पिटता है मेरे से।
तो ये जो टॉपिक साहिल बेटा फोन लाए हो है रुकना फोन लेके आए हो आप ये क्या है क्या समझाई यार ये मैडम कितनी अच्छी है कि आपके स्कूल में कोई ऐसी प्यारी मैडम है हमारे स्कूल में तो फेवरेट मैम है मैम तू क्लास में जा मैं कुछ करती हूँ जा बेटा
हाँ कन्नू पढ़ाओ, मैथ्स की नोटबुक आ तेरी।
सर वो कन्नू बेटा वो आपकी हेलो सर कन्नू बेटा आपके मैथ्स की नोटबुक ना मेरे घर पे रह गई है ठीक है मैं कल ले आऊंगी ओके
थैंक यू मैडम, आपने मुझे बता दिया, टॉपिक पिटता है मेरे से।
ओके सर तो ये जो टॉपिक साहिल बेटा फोन लाए हो है रुकना फोन लेके आए हो आप ये क्या है क्या समझाई
जी कैसे खड़े हो यार, लगा लो एक तो आप भी। नहीं आप लगाओ यार, ठीक है क्या हो गया जी? अरे सुबह से यार ये बोतलों के पास खड़ा कर रखा है, बोतलों की जिम्मेदारी पूरी करना है क्या मैं यहाँ पे बार कोई आ रहा है जीजा जी बोतल दे दो, जीजा जी बोतल दे दो, जीजा जी ये काम नहीं बनाया क्या? बोलूंगा तो फिर बोलेंगे। अरे जीजा जी बोल के भी किसी आप कहाँ थे? मेरी बोली बुलवाई किसी ने, क्यों आऊँ मैं? फिर बोलूंगा तो फिर बोलोगे कि जीजा जी बोल रहा है। आ जाओ यार, आ जाओ, काम का लगा रखा सुबह से। अरे जीजा जी अंदर तो सामान मंगवा रहे हैं। कैसे? वो अंदर बोल रहे हैं कि बाद में एडजस्ट कर लेंगे आपसे। भाई साहब 2700 रुपया खर्चा हो गया सुबह से, बाद में कोई नहीं देता। लिफाफा पकड़ा देंगे 500 रुपए का, पैसे ले आओ, ले आऊंगा। वहाँ से ये रह गया, ये ले आओ, वो ले आओ, पैसे दे रहे हो तुम लोग, बाद में एडजस्ट कर लेंगे। अरे जीजा जी वहीं से क्यों नहीं थे आप, कहाँ थे? कोई बुलाने आएगा तभी तो आऊंगा ना मैं।
Being a parent means you have to sacrifice. Your wake up time gets a little bit earlier. Your stress level rises. Your wallet gets.
లేక పిల్ల డేట్కి పిలిచింది వెంట అయ్యకపోతే చాలు.
ఈ షెట్స్ బాగా డార్క్ కనిపిస్తుంది కదా నువ్వు పైన వైట్ షర్ట్ నచ్చింది వైట్ షర్ట్ వేసుకోకపోయినా ఆడపిల్లలకి మస్తు ఇష్టం ఉంటుంది కదా నువ్వు ఖచ్చితంగా తీసుకోను సరే నేనేమన్నా ఒక 2 నిమిషాలు నీతో మాట్లాడాలి కదా నీ జీవితం ఎంతనా నువ్వు అని అంతంత మాట్లాడు ఇంగ్లీషు అంతంత మాట్లాడే లుక్సా ఓకే పర్వాలేదు అసలు ఏ ధైర్యంతో నీ డేట్ కనిపిస్తున్నావు Hey girl, how's it going? Hey girl, come on in. Congratulations on the new baby. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm out of coffee. Oh, that's okay. That's why I brought you some. Oh, thanks. You just stay right there. I got stuff to do with you anyway. Okay, so tell me your birth story. Thank you for asking. I thought he's asking that. I love the baby, but how are you? You're such a great job. I'm so proud of you. Hey, I'm gonna drop off some food.
Hi. How'd you make this work? In this economy, how'd you make this? How'd you buy this? How'd you do this? How'd you do it? It's like family generational wealth.
Looking for the perfect keyboard upgrade? Meet the Satechi SM3
So And civilization was brought to the savages. Want to replace the roof of your home, but not sure.
7 बजे आएगा मम्मी और प्लीज उससे प्यार से बात करना थोड़ा वो डर जाएगा क्यों इतनी तरह आपकी शक्ल है हमारी तुम्हारी गति कभी आज तक
So the content looks the way it looks like it's copying one of these cell lines, right? Yeah. The one environment, you do it. I'm not sure if that's the issue or.
కన్నా కన్నా ఆ టాప్ ఉంచుకోవచ్చా బయటదే కదా చూడగా నేను డ్రెస్ వేసుకుంటున్నా అదే జీన్స్ వేసుకున్నా టాప్ మారుస్తాను కుక్కర్ ఆపవా కుక్కర్ ఆపవా
Hey. Hey. Sorry, give me just 1 minute, please. Yeah. Here. How are you, sir?
Hey, sorry, I'm also context switching from a bunch of things, but it's okay. How are you?
I'm okay-ish.
Ish, okay.
Right, because I'm actually going to employ Tico to actually track my mood per week, Monday, Friday. But yeah, so before we get into this planning and stuff like that, but how is everything going on with Luca joining back?
Yeah, things look good. I think the changes that he has out are good to merge today. He's got one thing to finish up on that we're talking through on the PR. So I think the main block right now is on the infra side that I'm still sorting out. I'll have that out pretty much after this call, and then we'll see what issues we uncover at that point.
Right. Okay. Cool. Okay. Sounds good. That does make sense. From my side, I met with Sanket. Still don't know the tranche, but we actively talked about the presentation that's on 6th, right? Where we are talking about like how do I, from a technical side, present complexity from not using technical words, but actually build up a case where the motivation is to many people probably think of us or our entire project as like, what's a big deal? Just take a document and put it to doc AI, right? But I really want to dial down on this is why it's actually complex, and this is why it's actually what this is actually solving for us, and how it's actually making everybody's lives better and stuff like that, right? But the challenge there is I can't, or Nishit is actually proposing me to not use any Spectre or Alexandria because they don't care. They don't give a shit about what our names are or how it actually works. So that's where I'm actually working on, number one. Number two, the reason for this meeting basically is Stan is very curious on actually what our entire roadmap is. As much as I use the project plan to actually index him, saying that this is what our 2.5 plan is, this is what 2.17 plan is, right? He's saying why don't we do it at a sprint level, even though 5 and 17 almost at a sprint level. He's more process oriented, which is good, right? So that's where I'm right now. I struggled on this a bit for now, actually, very honestly, because what else should I actually keep on writing is where my head is at, right? So let me talk through this. Let me share my Sublime text. My Sublime text right here. Okay, cool. So the way I'm thinking about it is basically whatever is in our sprint plan plus whatever comes to my mind, right? So encrypted zip, MIME type, infra setup, pub sub setup, config files. Then next thing is latency alerting, testing plan, CDF adapter. Not sure where we landed on the tarball extraction, right? I stopped here because I couldn't think of anything else on Spectre, to be honest, right? is there anything that you think that will go into Spectre in future?
The one question mark for me is the schema validation, but it's a tricky one.
Right. And the sub question on that is skip and invalid lines. Right? Or cool, got it. This is actually done. So for general setups, increase quota for doc AI. Everything else is I'm capturing in the infra level, right? Client setup is basically tranches of the data, then possibly like data quality, frequency, metadata, metadata file, setup, I think, encryption. That's what we need to worry on the client setup side of things, I think. I'm going just by broad strokes so that then I can put it go and backfill the plan basically. That's where my head is at. But proves data, right? This is an open question. Rohit had to massage data, put it in a bucket so Spectre can consume it. I believe there is an open question. One regarding orphan files, which we said, it's okay, right? But I believe there is some other question that I keep forgetting what it is. I need to check with Shiva and Rohit on this one.
But wasn't it the zip files from Proof contain a lot of documents that we don't care about?
Yeah, that's orphan files. Orphan files I actually wrote it.
Oh, okay.
My doubt is there is something else along with it. I don't know what that. I'm unable to recollect what that is. Right.
Sure.
OCR changes. This is one I did not get to yet. But on Alexandria, right? Redesign to accommodate timeout window, OCR batching, integration, indexing of files, API for transcriptions, dev infra, pub sub setup. Swim lane.
Yeah.
On OCR. Deduplication. Where does it fall? It falls under Alexandria.
I guess. I mean, I don't think we're in a position to really tackle this problem right now.
No, we are not. I'm just writing everything that.
Yes, with the information we know right now, it makes the most sense for deduplication to live in Alexandria. But I think that's actually part of the problem. Like the reason I don't want to call out deduplication here is because
we don't know.
Well, we don't know, but really the problem I see with our team and our stakeholders is we're not, as an org, we're not good at drawing boundaries and saying this component handles this logic, this component handles that logic. And so because the line's fuzzy, we choose, at every moment, we choose whatever answer is most convenient for us.
Yes.
So when it's convenient, we say, okay, Alexandria will handle duplication. And other times when it's convenient, we say, oh, but Alexandria is really simple. We just do you just process the documents. And so that I think it hurts us to really call out things like deduplication right now.
Right.
You can't say that Alexandria does all these things like batching requests and memory management, quota management, swim lanes, pub sub, indexing, transcription, deduplication, highlighting. And then you also on the flip side say, well, it's really easy. We're doing really simple stuff. There's nothing done here. And so it should be really fast.
Right. Yeah. I'll be very candid here. I think product and sales and inch, these three are basically wheels of the same vehicle, and they're completely misaligned.
Yeah.
I actually I read your peer reviews, which are actually very well written. I actually wrote similar peer review for product, saying that they are not aligned with sales. I mean, how am I supposed to know that we have to focus on proof, right? So okay, it's whatever, it's what we can do. So is there in the larger scheme of things, right? So is there something that I'm missing here? Should we add more capabilities to this platform?
I really like the way you've structured the thinking around Alexandria in the past with like what is in scope for V0 and what's in scope for V1.
Yeah.
And I want to continue that.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of stuff we've listed here for each of these components, Alexandria, OCR, Spectral, whatever.
Yeah.
And I think it's helpful for us to be really clear about what capabilities fall in scope for a certain version.
Yeah.
And really highlight that these different things are decoupled. So like, for instance, like what we can have indexing without transcription.
Yes.
These are totally decoupled, V0, V1.
Yes.
And likewise, we can have indexing plus transcription, but no deduplication.
Yes.
So I want to think about what are the versions of Alexandria or
Yeah.
whatever services we have, what capabilities they fall under each version, and then how that aligns with the deliverable milestones that we need for Prudential or whichever client.
Right. Sure. This is exactly where I'm actually going with, right? Because I like blank screens to actually makes me think. That's why I write it in Notepad. Nothing that I hate tools. So what I do here is basically I write everything here and say, I'm forcing myself to do the first principle thinking, which I should do more. But what I do is like, what's V0, 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 and I mark them as V0 and I subtract them from here, right? And just process of simple elimination is what I'm actually doing, right? And I'm saying, if I don't have a clarity, let's say at V2, for example, right? I just put everything below and say, this is below the line. I don't know, right, what's going on, right? And what I'm asking is, right, from this, you might have an idea of this Nirvana picture because you work with Clive and stuff like that. What else should we be thinking from our end side of things?
As of today, I think these capabilities we've listed out are all the problems that we know we have to address.
Yeah. Can I challenge you on a different angle?
Yeah.
So tomorrow, let's say, I don't know, MetLife comes and says, yeah, I have 35, I'm a 150-year-old company, I have 35-year-old documents, right? And some of the active claims are going all the way to 10 years old, right? And I have audio files too, right? I'm just throwing shit up, right? And I know you can't process today, but it's okay. But can you save them for future reference or things like that, right? How do we deal with that, right?
Yeah. Well, it's great. So I see two parallel threads here. The first is our team needs to actually build this foundation and do the end-to-end testing for as a proof of concept. So that's already in play. The second piece for any sort of new client that's coming in, MetLife or whoever, the problem you're describing is we don't have a mature intake process for client comes, we have XYZ number of documents, they're this old or whatever. because we don't have a sophisticated intake process,
Yeah.
we don't know how to manage the expectations internally
Yeah.
with NetHub or product or whoever else. And so this leads to a lot of this back and forth with things like, okay, do we do tranching? What are the tranches? What's the throughput that we need? How do we do data quality analysis? And all of it's being handled ad hoc right now. And that's the problem. We're not formalized in our process.
Yeah, I think that's where Rohit and Sanket are actually thinking in the right direction, which I'm glad about. So from the let's somehow pretend that we understood that this is the data analysis, this is the lead time we need. Let's say like 8 weeks, I need lead time. Even before you talk about like a dev setup or something like that, right? From the dev side of things, right? Are we taking any shortcuts today, like really Jan 30th today, right? And say, hey man, we know that there is no Grafana setup. We are skipping on lateness alerting and whatnot. What are we skipping on, right? I did write the swim lane for Redis basically, but what else?
Yeah, I think the main things we're skipping on today are related to performance. So swim lane, like optimal usage of quota is one bit. The second may be things like how much we can parallelize our processing. That we don't know until we've done the first proof of concept. So quota usage, basically resource usage, like CPU or memory usage. Are we right sizing the cloud run instances that we have? Or we don't know, or the Postgres instance we don't know. And I think all of this really falls under the umbrella of what is our SLA.
Right.
We have not thought of our performance SLAs with our stakeholders like NetHub at all. We don't have it defined.
Right. Okay. Cool. And one last question is for CNA, for Copper Point and for standard. It's not MedHub. It's basically supporting a disability or workers' comp product. So that's where we have to come back to our CDF adapter.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Cool.
At this point, we haven't really thought much about our CDF adapter and how the problem space has changed since we last scoped it. I'm tempted to sort of start from scratch here, start our thinking from scratch to challenge any assumptions we've built.
Yeah.
I really over the past month or so, we've really built the team towards like ingestion, and really our value prop to our internal stakeholders is we build that repository of your data. We index it. We allow you to retrieve it. We do enrichments like transcription. For our disability and workers' comp clients, for those modules, I feel like we should start from scratch there and say, the first thing we want to do is for this disability client or this workers' comp client, how can we ingest their data, regardless of CDF or any other pipelines? Once we've ingested it and we can prove out that pattern, then we can talk about, well, what does the new age claims guidance look like, right? Is it still CDF? Like maybe that's being worked on in parallel by different teams.
Yeah. I see. Okay, that's totally fair. Okay, I will stop sharing this piece and stop presenting here.
I'm just still following on this thought. If let's say there's no other client launches, like there's no MedHub or anything, I honestly think what our team should do is go and start indexing data for all clients that we have. So like we can just go to any STD client, any LCD client. We don't care if we're on MedHub, disability, whatever. We don't care about CDF.
Yeah.
Our goal is just to index your documents.
Exactly where I was actually going. I'm glad we are thinking on the same. I asked this question in a different format and said that, when can I absorb your data onto data ingestion? Because if you are having a bespoke solution, right, that's my first goal. Why are you using a bespoke solution? You should be using ours, right away. And even if you're not using a bespoke solution, if you are saying that, which I'm hearing a lot, is, oh, there is data, nobody is doing anything about it, right? Then give it to me, right? We'll do it for you. We'll index it ahead of time, and we'll save it. And that reminds me, actually, when you said, why are we waiting for Prudential? We should be able to process them today, right? Is the intention to use the transcribed Prudential data as a verification point when it actually goes through this, or save that information so that we don't have to reprocess those documents?
So here's the way I'll answer in a roundabout way. The way I think, the way I approach this problem space, I think is different from the way everyone else is doing so.
Okay.
To me, the end goal for our team is to ingest documents, regardless of any consumers.
Yes.
But for other folks, I think they see ingestion through Alexandria and Specta as a means to an end. The real end goal is a delivery like Meta. And so if we're not going to show a claim or document to the client on the app, we don't need to index it. But I think that's not correct. And so to me, regardless of what delivery data is or how much data they need to process for launch, eventually our team should process all those documents for Prudential. So regardless of the time frame. So in that sense, if we have infinite time, it doesn't really matter what order we process them in. We should just process all of them.
And
but we also have to be.
I'm sorry. And you are also talking about orphan files as well. You don't care. Like, there's a file, you just process it. Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't care. As long as the client gives it to us, we should, because eventually someday down the line, someone's going to find a use for that file, or that file may no longer be orphaned. And we don't want to go through that entire onboarding process again of saying, okay, client, give it to us here, and go through this system and store in this database. No, for our consumers, they say, we go to Alexandria, we go to Specta, it's already there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we want to balance this need with the deliveries because we don't have an infinite time scale. And so that's why I'm pushing on the prioritization and saying, what is the order we want to process docs in? And eventually we should process all of them, regardless of whether we're going to show it in the app or not. Because our KPI for this team is really to ingest all documents.
Yeah. And save all the transcriptions in our BigQuery table or somewhere else, and just populate. Okay.
Now, the realistic consideration here is that we may not, like you'll hear this from Stan a lot, we don't want to transcribe everything that's expensive. We may not use it eventually.
Yes.
That's a different concern. Like cost optimization is a different problem. We can figure out open source models, we can figure out other transcription engines which are cheaper or free.
Yeah.
We can figure out strategies to like lazily transcribe, whatever. It's a different problem.
Yeah.
But still, I think it doesn't change the end goal, is we want to index and transcribe everything.
Mm-hmm. And that's what you're saying for Prudential, saying that, give me the tranche now. I'm going to ingest and save it for you.
Mm-hmm.
So next time when these files are actually put through the pipeline, first of all, you don't even have to put through the pipeline.
Yes.
Right. But if you prefer to put through the pipeline, we already have it already, so we don't have to process.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a great thought process.
I think it's just confusing now because our team is in delivery mode and we're trying to do everything to help MedHub succeed.
Yeah.
But if MedHub were not a thing, our team wouldn't just be sitting around writing features for nothing. Our team would be focused on how to ingest documents for the sake of ingesting documents.
I'm just writing it down. That's the Nirvana goal for us. Okay. I have not thought about it like this. That's a great way to put it. Interesting. I was only in the onboard mode, basically. Onboard this, onboard that, onboard this, onboard. Yeah. Okay, got it. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just change this for 1 second. So in the backlog, right? And I'll be very candid here. Stan is pushing all my buttons. He's like, I want sprint by sprint, developer by developer breakdown. And I'm like, man, it is difficult, and of course he does not take those answers. So I just created one sprint, I think, 1 or 2 sprints, I believe. And let me show an epic level here. And yeah, I think I created 1 sprint. We can rename it whatever, but whatever is flowing out from this, which is fine, right? We'll just catch it in this next sprint, right? But thinking about from an epic level, I try to look at every single story, right? I am not sure which one to pick into the next sprint, right? And I know you're busy. You've been doing it for so long. So how can I help you? Sorry. How can I help you here? How can I make this possible?
Yeah. I think we should start doing a regular grooming.
Grooming session, exactly. Yeah.
Even if it's just you and me.
Yeah.
Retro is a different topic. We should probably do retros too.
Yes.
I think the reason why it's challenging for you to figure out what comes out from the backlog into the next sprint is that because we're not regularly doing grooming,
Yes.
we have a different vision of how to get from today to the end of next sprint.
Yeah.
Like I think we're both aligned on what that 17th is.
Yeah.
But what goes into that is we're not aligned on.
That's right.
I also think the best way to do it is just to do it together for like 1 or 2 sprints.
Yeah.
Hold on. All right. I have time, so I can stay on. We can do this now.
Let me check. Oh, this is the Doc AI meeting with Andrew. Okay, let me see. Could you please confirm? It's not like, 1 second. I'm just Andrew. Sorry. Me too. Oh. Can I call you in like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, that's it.
Bye.
Yeah, that's what I think. Hello or you don't hello something I Oh, we said okay. It is available on Edge. Can you try it on Edge? Yeah, you don't have access to this application. Yeah, yes, now. But one thing, doctor, which, so my question is, like, for example, right, what is there, what road should be picked there, right? I just picked up just, but is it something that we share? No. Regular. Again, I said, right, you cannot use multiple roads for the same thing. They will have character issues, this road. This is why I told you, if you create a demo, they can do that. No. person said no, DevOps did it required. So then I thought something else, is already configured and taken care of. See, Mother clearly asked, right? Can you see anything? Then he said, Mother, no one is not needed. He said, no DevOps needed. So if we need to raise any yes. So what should I write to you? New policy to that role, how can we access that? Yeah. Exactly, that's what I was expecting. No, I remember was not how can we access this, right? So I just tell him that I tried this step and he didn't work. So this is how I'm writing. I will handle this, right? And then this is what I just did. Like 10 minutes, but again, let's do this, and then it will now show me on the list of roles, right? Yeah. From here I went to the last one. Use the role, content manager. This is exactly, yeah, this is what I do. So I went to the credential file and saving after this is something. So I try the same method using this. And then I go to saying that it's not working. What is that? Daily passport. Yeah.
Hi, Buji.
Look,
This
is what Raka's friend did.
your friend did it?
We ate a chocolate coin. We ate a chocolate coin.
Very good. But your చేశారు ఇది?
Raga's friend, Abigail Burns. That's the girls who we couldn't go to her birthday party.
Oh.
She gave us a Chinese New Year goodie bag.
Oh. చాలా ఇష్టం నాకు అనుకుంటా నేను ఎంత ముసిపోతాను స్కూల్ వెళ్ళిపోతాను ముసిపోతాడు నువ్వెవరో నా బాబు నేను కన్నడ కొన్ని
Nana, can I teach you how to do it?
నాకు ఇక వీడు తెలుసు వీడు ఇక్కడ ఇలా ఎందుకు నవ్వావు అక్కడ అలా ఎందుకు వెళ్ళావు
I laughed because Mama was sticking me.
Oh, I see. ఇలా అవుతుందా
Yeah. And Anna, can I show you how to do something?
ఇప్పుడు
This paper.
ఇప్పుడు కానీ పని కానీ
Anna,
పెట్టేసి I want to save it.
but can I show you something? We call him. He thinks he looks like a rock hopper penguin.
Please put it. I want to save that picture. Thanks.
Hey.
Hi. Oh, my wife got a P0 and she's trying to resolve it. And she's like, I'm sharing the screen. And then, me too. Somebody go pick up the kids.
Rough.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, cool. We were at. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Okay. Right. Or you can take it over. Any which way is fine.
All right. So we're talking about how whatever's left over from this turn is going to roll over.
Yeah.
And then we're looking at what will pull in from the backlog.
Yeah.
Okay. So just reminding ourselves. So tomorrow we're still internally, at least, we're still targeting to launch that milestone for
Yes.
zero.
Yes.
Right, and then we communicate externally that there will be a 2-day delay to the 4th.
Yes.
The next milestone is 17th, which is transcription. So in order to get us there, I think we'll just go down the list. For the first one, 167, we can ignore that for now because it's CDF adapter.
Yep.
Specta emulator, it's a stretch goal. I would like to pull it in if we have bandwidth, but it's not strictly necessary. This makes it easier for downstream consumers like Alexandria to implement integration tests. Otherwise, they have to implement mock calls to Specta.
Let's not do it first.
Okay. Incomplete zip file check. What is this? This is okay. Gotcha. I don't think this is strictly necessary for the 17th, so we can delay this.
Mm-hmm.
Same for the next one, schema check for zip file contents.
Mm-hmm.
Config validations for processing time. Since we're not including lateness alerts, we can exclude this as well.
I think we should. Not for 4th, but immediately after, I think we should pull it over, right?
Okay, then we can pull it in. All right. The next one is 1. We can ignore this for now. The next 3 are legacy tickets.
Okay.
Actually, I think 23 can close out.
Yeah.
So this is the quota thing
Right.
that basically just figure it out.
Actions.
I think you just click the in progress. Yep. We could done. All right. The next one is then 34.
Tool to help the client. Okay. Decrease doc ingestion. But these are all, I think, improved OCR extractions. Isn't this legacy?
Yeah, these are all legacy. So I think everything for under this, I think we can kind of ignore for now.
Okay, so let's do. Let's select everything. Let's select everything and unselect improve. Okay. CDF adapter. Sorry, now we have to go one by one again. But CDF adapter file process subscriber.
Yeah, we don't need this.
Oh, CDF adapter. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Incomplete file check.
We don't need this. Schema checks we don't need.
More descriptive pops up module name.
Let's pull this in. It should be a pretty quick change, and I think we might actually already be done with this.
Okay.
So we can just pull it in and see if I can tackle this in a day.
Cool.
Internal file process. Is this to remove it? Let's pull this in as well. Yeah. This is so that Spectre can subscribe to its own topic for testing. I think we'll need that for our end-to-end testing anyway.
Okay.
File process subscription permissions.
Old pattern of defining roles in the base Terraform.
Is this not done already?
I thought it is done.
Okay. Let's pull it in just to verify.
Okay.
File purges. Right. We'll leave this out of scope. So this is to support that use case where the client says delete my data, and then we need to propagate that through our systems.
Okay. Bulk ingestion. We don't need this now, right?
Yeah, we don't need this now.
Okay. Move item per tenancy failure message to TLQ. Yeah, this we definitely need to figure it out.
Yeah, we should pull this in.
Okay. Implement an optional file encoding step in Spectre. Why? Some RTP pipelines implement it's not what we do.
I see. This is for parity with RDP. I don't know if we need it for Prue or not.
Prue, we are not getting any structured data.
Okay, so then we can ignore it for now.
Yeah. Scope out.
Okay. Yeah, this is on me. We talked about this is done. Basically, the takeaway from here is that OCR, the question was if OCR would go through doc ingestion service to make the doc AI calls or not. And the conclusion was we'll directly hit doc AI. And that's the work Celine is doing now with the batching input.
Right.
What this may become in the future is we want a dedicated service for the doc AI, which does the swim lanes and caching and everything.
Right.
But we can mark this as closed for now. That's a separate issue.
Okay.
I think you click on the new issue. Yeah.
Right.
You have to move it to in progress, and then from in progress to done. Okay.
Spectre.
File type name. Let's pull this in.
Spectre output. Okay. And just tag it. Okay.
Yeah.
Dash.
You can skip PDF adapter.
Postgres IAM. Oh, what happened here? Okay, one second. Move to L2, Postgres IAM, implement IMART, locally still use.
I think this is done, but let's pull it in just in case it's not done. We can, as a reminder to verify.
Yeah.
Parameter stores CI/CD. We should do this, so let's pull it in.
CD operator pops up for MedHub. Create pops up for MedHub.
Yes. Let's pull this in as well. This is necessary for the 17th. So when we finish indexing a document, we want to trigger enrichment. So this is, we can pull it in.
Acha, okay. Add vector list blobs endpoint.
Yeah, we don't need this for the 17th, so we can leave it out of scope.
Enrichment config GHA deployment. GHA deployment the publish enrichment merge upon main branch. Isn't it done?
Right. No, I don't think we haven't started on this yet. So this is after this 31st, we'll start to pick implementation of all the enrichment flow related tickets. So this should be one of them.
Okay.
So we can pull it in.
Enrichment flow meaning Alexandria to the OCR.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So this is we can figure out the assignment later and like maybe somebody can pick it up, but we should definitely do it.
Yeah, of course. Use vector content type for file. That's the MIME type, right?
Yeah, the MIME type. So let's pull it in. This is MIME type. Reading the MIME type on the Alexandria side.
Okay.
The ticket that Steve is doing now is setting the MIME type on the Spectre side.
Spectre side, yeah, got it. Pipeline trifurcation capabilities.
Oh yes. This was based on the new design for the enrichment flow we reviewed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to pull this in so that Alexandria can call the OCR SDK and manage the life cycle of that enrichment request.
Okay, cool. So, how many issues did we have? We have, whoa, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. Oh, these are number of issues?
Yeah.
Oh, these are number of story points, I think.
Oh, story points. Okay.
Yeah, I think 17 issues, I believe.
Oh yeah, so
16 out of 23 issues are visible. Oh, that's because of the improved OCR extractions, I think.
Yeah.
And issues without epic. Got it.
Right.
So many. Okay, fine. And here we are saying there are 15 issues. Okay, cool. Let's see. Document indexing, tarballs, CI, config, lateness. This is done mostly internal bypass subscription. Okay, I think that's also done. DLQ, we need to test it out. Acha, okay, got it. Pops up topic. Yep, got it. This one is Luca is doing this. This is also Luca is doing that. This is Celine is doing this one. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. At least for this sprint and next sprint, we are covered. Okay. I have better answer for Stan now. And whatever I have discussed with you, I'm gonna put it on the plan and I'm gonna share it with you for your guys.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate this.
Cool. Thanks.
Good.
Let's just make that async. I don't think there's any value of like really discussing it here as opposed to elsewhere. So instead, this will be focused around talking about something that spans across platform, more or less actually around foundation. So welcome Kaio and Chris and Bach when Bach's able to join. I'm going to start by picking the topics, but as we go forward and as we do these sessions, like it'll be good if other folks can engage and put various topics as you think they're pertinent to this group. So the topic of this week is going to be challenges around data store ownership and boundaries. I know this has been a pain point in quite a few places. This has been a hotspot that we've seen in quite frankly across the stack. I know this ownership itself is something that's a problem more broadly, but I want to focus more today on challenges specifically around who's accessing what and what those problems happen when we're focusing or when we have multiple custodians over a single data source. I'm going to pick on you, Jamie, because I know you've seen some challenges around here, especially as of late, but I'd be curious to get other folks' thoughts here, as well as other folks who are close to the ground.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think that the ownership really entered my considerations when I was working on the data stream POC.
Mm-hmm.
So AppToBeQ, as you know, copies data from ClaimsDB over to BigQuery. So this problem is sort of in front of me, like how do we fix that? How do we fix the fact that it's exerting too much of a load on the application? So for example, if you run AppToBeQ in the middle of the day, then customers will start seeing slower performance when they're trying to load claims and stuff like that, especially searching claims, which takes a lot of database CPU. And we have also seen over the years, or over the months, I guess, like similar or related situations where writes fail. So someone's trying to make a write to the database, it just times out. The user gives up and goes away, reports an issue to the CS team, and we have to fix it. So yeah, I guess running into trying to figure out how to measure it. That was one of my problems, right? So the data stream POC was meant to estimate how much it would cost us to switch to data stream. In order to do that, I have to know how many change bytes are coming through. Now, change byte is basically something changed in the database, like one of the rows changed to something. I have no idea how this works, right? This is not my area. I don't know what the pipeline is doing. I didn't even know who to ask. I know we have like 15 or 20 databases running in production, and I know some of them are used, some of them aren't. I have no idea. There's no like single point of truth for kind of figuring out what these databases are meant to be doing, like who they're for, are they even used? So I kind of started from ground zero and decided to set up a way to measure the change bytes. And I can show some results here if we want, but the change bytes coming through, I think, are probably what struck Rohan's interest in this. So it looks like from the change bytes that we are writing entire tables on some kind of cadence for pretty much every customer. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that's certainly what it looks like. So we're getting many, many gigabytes of change data coming through, which means there's something out there that's kind of like updating every single claim in the database. And I assume that would include even older claims. So I think maybe someone else can chat about kind of what should be changing in these tables, or are we doing something wrong? Or, is there a way to kind of consolidate this information? Like what's happening with different pipelines and what their schedule is. And I guess one of the other things was the cadence wasn't clear. Like we were seeing some writes come through every day. Other ones are coming through like Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there's a significant risk there of kind of missing the schedule. Like if something is running every 2 weeks and I run a measurement, that's not overlapping one of the days that it loads, and I'm going to see zero change detection there. So it's going to be kind of hard to measure like what the real expected throughput is. So that's kind of all over the place, but that's where I was kind of coming from with the data stream POC, and I think that's why Rohan wanted me to give an overview.
I have a question. Like, Rohan, is your intent here to talk about some challenges around ownership? Like, maybe you alluded to it there, but then it went into more of like the technical aspects of like what we do around that solution. So I'm kind of like the one thing I heard is like we don't know the owners of these databases. Is there other types of those problems?
Yeah, that's what I'm using this as sort of like an example where I think the fact that there wasn't like a clear ownership, we don't know how data is right into the database and how folks are interacting with it, who's managing those patterns. Like in terms of like who's actually responsible for that database led to this becoming, I think, a lot more challenging, right? Like we're essentially assuming like this is a giant black box. We don't really have a way to work with it easily. We have to run a lot more experiments. We have to like spend a lot more time trying out various POCs and whatnot. So that's, I think, like a case study and an example of where this impacts stuff. But like the broader theme here, I think, is that ownership does play a pretty strong role in terms of like why I think this was a lot harder than it needed to be, right? And that's something where I think as an organization, we're not setting up ourselves for success.
One thing I want to add, not just it was harder, it's some of the things we noticed we want to fix as a side project of this. Some of the database are getting backed up to BigQuery, even there is no change happening, but every day they're getting backed up still. And we don't know who to reach out to say that, hey, there is a change or not. So knowing that, saying that somebody's owner and then saying that, hey, what's going on will help. So those were some of the things too.
Yeah, I mean, I think related to that, what Sanat was saying is like some of the things like deprecations, like decommissioning databases, that also is causing us a lot of issues, not on the app2BQ project, but more just generally with migrations. So we have these scripts that run database migrations, and app platform team kind of owns these now. But like if DevOps goes and deletes the database, then we get paged because they've deleted the database, right? And I don't feel like this is an ongoing problem, so it's probably not worth solving across the board, but it's still part of what we're missing, I think, is like an overall definition of what resources go where and what the dependencies are. So ClaimsDB is depending on these databases, but that code is not even linked or coupled in any way to the claims database. For example, like if Terraform could sort of subtract these entries from the script that's doing this migration, or maybe the migration could look for a list of known databases somewhere else that's outside of itself, instead of enumerating them all. I guess that's like saying we need a single point of truth for what are the current list of clients, you know, like who do we need to apply global changes to?
Does that exist somewhere today?
It certainly doesn't exist for ClaimsDB because we have this list of files in DevTools, and then if somebody turns off a database or removes it from Terraform, they also have to go and remove it from this list of from this directory in DevTools.
I saw you plus one that. Like, I'm assuming there's nothing new that we have. Is that something we want to like take on as like an action item? Is that because that sounds pretty low to me, unless I'm mistaken.
I think the reality today, we have like multiple lists, multiple sources. So ClaimsDB has a list of customers. CDF schema has a list of customers that we fetch from namespaces. You know, it's another weird pattern too. Claims platform, app remix, all those have like another source of clients that use those instances. I think what James is proposing, like we should have like a single source, what this customer have, like CDF schema is enabled or not, or ClaimsDB or not, you know, things like that. I think that'll be helpful.
Got it. I mean, that sounds, but that doesn't, yeah, I mean, that sounds good to me. Like, I totally agree with that, but it doesn't sound like a hard thing for us to achieve to at least start, you know? Or is there some like complexity I'm missing here where it's actually a lot harder to create a single source of truth?
Personally, I think Terraform should be the source of truth because that's where we're provisioning all this infrastructure anyways, but then we need to design around how we're going to link deployments to this list, or how we're going to manage that going forward. So maybe an action item for us to research that, I think would be nice.
I'm going to stick that on there.
We actually have made some changes here recently which enforce this idea. So Terraform is where you set something like enable read replica, right? So you set this enable read replica flag in Terraform, and that will distribute, you know, when you apply that change, it'll create a replica database, and we have that set for Sun Life. So that's kind of one example, but like maybe the Terraform module could like add things to a list, which is accessible by API maybe. So runtime needs could be addressed by using like some kind of API server that shows what's in Terraform. I mean, eventually maybe like everything could be driven off of this. Like there'd be a flag for enable app to be queue. So for this, say like Sun Life Ltd, this enable app to be queue is on, and the cron schedule is 6 times a day or whatever you want. But for another customer, it might be turned off, or it might just have a once a day schedule. But how does that overlay with dev tools? I mean, I think we need to, that's probably part of the action item, like figure out what the relationship is of this to dev tools. Because I know there's a lot of like environment variables in dev tools which are not part of Terraform.
Well, we're trying to redesign DevTools right now with the new tenancy work. So that means deployments might be spread into multiple repositories. So maybe we can put that into the picture to think about it, you know.
I mean, all that sounds good. I think that addresses like a kind of an immediate problem, which is like a single source of truth will help. It still doesn't fix the ownership problem, right? So getting back to that, like, I'm curious if there are things like maybe in the new world that where we are kind of trying to fix this, and maybe there's patterns that we can pull back, but would ask the folks here who are working on some of the newer APIs and whatnot.
This is putting something, is that relevant to what action items? He's putting some things in the chat.
No, I think Chris was, yeah, I mean, it's relevant to the action item. I think it's a way of how you can access Terraform state as it across things.
Yeah, I think, Chris, and correct if I'm wrong, I don't think we have given much thought about this single source of truth for customers, but I think we should consider that as part of our new design.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it before. It's just, it hasn't been a thing like everything would coalesce around, but yeah, if we want to coalesce around some kind of standard, we could totally put something in Terraform and just output it, and everything just queries the outputs.
Yeah, put that on me, Rohan. I'm going to get back to the team and we're going to talk about it.
Just this, right? Or something else?
Yeah, no, that's it.
But going back to it, right? Like even if we are able to have a single source of truth for customers, it still doesn't tell you who owns the database, right? Like, candidly speaking, does the app platform own it? Is it the product team? Is it like someone else? Like, how do we figure that out? How do we like really get into why that's a problem, and like how do we get out of that state?
I don't know if that is as big a problem exactly in that way though, because like if I have a database that I'm looking at, say like Sun Life, it has the name of the customer in it. I can go find the Sun Life Slack channel and ping in there and look at, like, I think in the header for all the client channels, we have like a client lead on there for the CS team and other sort of people that are attached to that project. And then each client has an engineering channel as well. So I mean, I don't feel like there's a lack of traceability in terms of knowing who owns something. I guess maybe to reframe the problem a little bit, the problem was not like knowing who owns each database. The problem was, what do I do with these 30 different databases that I want to like analyze? I can't send out 30 complete like different Slack messages to each of the client channels and ask, how are you using your database? How often is it uploaded? I mean, maybe I should have had like a Google form or something and sent out a survey to all the channels. Like, can you fill this out and tell me like how often your databases are updated and how much data is in there? So it's more like volume rather than the specifics.
Got it. But going back to the earlier thing that you were saying, right? Wasn't it, I think, so I guess why was it hard then to figure out like the various patterns and stuff, right? Instead of, was it, I know you only narrowed it down to a couple of different databases, right? But was there,
I think we were kind of letting things unfold. Like the two databases that were chosen were not meant to be the end. They ended up being the end, but they weren't that way at the start. So I think it was kind of like starting from a cold start and kind of trying to figure out what's the rate of inserts into the database. Because I still would have needed to do that anyway. Like even if I had a pretty good handle on what the nightly activity was, I still needed that for the daily activity, right? So what are people doing during the day? How much change throughput are we expecting? But yeah, I wanted to actually go back to that nightly inserts. Those seem really excessive. Like we're inserting these entire tables. Like, is that something that anyone in this meeting is aware of or thinking about?
yes, there are like thoughts on how we can improve it. And there are things that folks have put into place in some teams, but it's not something that I think that we've thought about more from a global perspective.
No.
So TLDR, no, though I think there has been some effort done here in the past, specifically by SDD.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Another question, I guess, could be phrased as like, for a given database, how do you know how much data is being put into it nightly and which nights it is?
Aren't these problems of just like profiling ourselves and just building something that would allow us to do that? Like, is this really an ownership problem, or just like we didn't know how to profile these databases and we just need to do that?
I think that is some too, but more is like we were trying to use the data stream, and if we knew that in these database all the tables every day refreshed, then most probably we knew it beforehand that data stream is not the right option. Data stream works only if it's a update data, but if everything is updated, so we did not know, and we don't know how to tell to people whether they keep doing it or they're gonna plan to change it.
I guess my point is like, instead of crowdsourcing that information to whoever we think the owners were, why couldn't we have our own telemetry to just figure that out? Like you could apply this to, you know, our GCS buckets or any other storage mechanism we use in the future. It's like, how are you gonna go to everyone in the company in engineering or otherwise and figure that out if we don't have our own telemetry to do that? Like what was lacking in GCP that would give you that out of the box from the cloud that like didn't tell us that, is what I'm trying to get to. Like, is it how we're organized on BigQuery or how we're organized on Postgres, and it's just like, you know, one Postgres database is across these many tables that then get deleted, and then like we can't actually get to that telemetry. Like, what is the root of why we couldn't get to that?
Yeah, I think it probably relates to the multi-tenancy question. Like if you're looking at a performance problem on a specific database, there's a lot of things you can look at, like query insights. You can look at throughputs in the right, in the database overview page, you know, in the console. But there's probably a way to get that by API. But I don't know what we would do if we wanted to measure everybody and sort of present some picture. That's actually a good question. Like maybe there is something worthwhile there to do. The other reason is probably because that telemetry shows just overall stuff that's happening. So you could be hitting the database a lot, but it's not necessarily what you think it is, right? Or it doesn't generate things in the replication log. So there was some amount of that probably had to be done just to see how it compares to the replication log.
So I guess maybe a naive question, if you're able to measure one, like why can't you just extend that to everything and then figure out a way to do some aggregations to get like rough samples?
Yeah, that's kind of what we did. We measured for Sun Life and New York Life, and then we sort of extended that out, extrapolated, like assuming everyone is kind of the same as those. But I think what you're asking is something different, like looking at the telemetry on each customer.
Yeah.
So the problem with that is that the replication log is not enabled by default. you have to turn it on, which causes the database restart.
Got it.
Which I did, and I published all these sort of, hey, everybody, I'm restarting the database. There's going to be 30 seconds of downtime. And then also you have to create the publications, which requires super user access. So this would have been, you know, like 26 separate super user tickets on DevOps to say, can you run these commands on these databases? And we have to connect use Cloud SQL to connect to every database as well. So there's a pretty high barrier to putting in the telemetry on the replication log itself.
Got it. So when you say it's easy to do sort of for one, it's just, there's a lot to be done for one, but it's very doable. It's just work. But if you had to replicate that across like whatever, however many tenants we have, it's just painful.
I think for what Nisha's question was, maybe you could automate that because we're talking about GCP APIs, right? You're pulling out stats for each database. You could probably just write a script to do that and then just run it 26 times.
But are you saying the stats would not have helped you? Is like you said, they're generalized. Like, for example, you have a sunlight database, you don't know if it's for LTD versus STD, if they happen to not be split right now. Like, what was it? Those sorts of problems? So it's like our state of each thing, or even the GCP metrics would not have given you the intel you needed.
Yeah, my specific problem would probably not have been solvable with the metrics, right? So the metrics are telling you generally what's happening with the hardware of the database, but what I wanted to know was how much change is there? And what's the size of the changes?
I just don't want to index too much on the specific problem you do have to solve and see if there is more general problem here that we're on your team up. Like if you take it from not the Postgres database, but some other thing like that we store things in, or any other aspect. Like, do we have a similar problem elsewhere where we just don't have visibility into like GCS buckets or some data sets on BigQuery, etc.?
I think yes is the answer. Like the same problems, like for example, if we had to like do similar sort of like an optimization or a similar sort of problem in some other space, we'd run into the exact same problems that we have on the Postgres example that we would on BigQuery that we would. I don't think GCS is a problem for us today, just given how we leverage GCS, but it could be a problem, right? In the future, depending on how some of our patterns are getting built out. It's hard to really understand what various teams are doing. It's hard to know who to go to talk to about like what those various patterns are, and it's hard to really know how to pull all that details, just because maybe it's possible for one, but setting up all the accesses and stuff to get to it for all the other things is challenging, to say the least. I don't know if that resonates with folks here.
Definitely with me. I would not know who to go to ask about like what's the rate of upload to GCS or some question like that. I would probably start with you, Rohan, and say, hey, Rohan, you know who's uploading to GCS and how much data?
I don't want to be that person. Sorry, Kyle, do you mind just saying it out loud?
Yeah, no, when I was reading the topic, I thought of who owns like databases. I thought that was like one of the purposes of the conversation too. And I don't, right now there seems to be like a line between DevOps and platform, but there isn't really an owner. I feel like it's kind of split. Like DevOps get paid, and we do some maintenance, like we did the Postgres upgrade, for example, but everything else goes to platform. Like insights, like Jamie was saying, like if there's like CPU utilization that might be coming from an unperformed query that is addressed by a platform. So, but who really owns databases here? That's something that.
Yeah, I would dispute that. I mean, if the app teams like LTD ships some new code that breaks the database, I don't think app platform can even do that much about that. We're more about like migrations and other types of checks.
I think we have to reframe the question of like not who owns the database, but what part of what what about the database does each team own? And that's what we need to really hone it. Like we have that, right? Like DevOps does own the database, so does platform, so does the app team, so does LTD, like, but it's just different things about it.
I think another thing is, once we know, I think broadcasting that what are the best way to use each database if you want to insert update. Some of the examples is like everything is getting updated. Why? Same thing, another thing we came to, we're trying to enable the data stream. Some of the claim DB, we cannot do it because some of the table did not have the primary key. Why there is no primary key, we don't know. Should be their primary key, right? So those kind of things, like how to use it and if they're doing it, and what are the gaps right now, and then somebody works on it, it will be good too.
I see like an app platform thing.
I mean, I think it's like in a messy state right now in terms of, yes, like I think the anti-pattern here is multiple people accessing and managing data in a database is an anti-pattern into itself. But where I think there's probably something more tactical that we can do while we are re-architecting and stuff is drawing those lines, at least, like of who is actually touching what and who is actually doing what. Like, is DevOps just responsible for the pure infrastructure side? Is like platform responsible for performance? I'm not saying those are the lines particularly. I'm just throwing examples out here, and that feels like something we should probably figure out where we stand today.
Okay. Right. I suggest, Ron, that we just continue this topic for next time and try to answer these questions. And like that's a good use of the brain trust here.
Cool. Good. Anyway, thanks everyone. I'll see you guys in the next one.
See you later.
You guys.
it's not appropriate to take Zoom calls from bed. If you're working from home, it's either at a desk or an appropriate professional setting. We're better at this. One last action item on this list, we need to go to Catherine, we're looking at your last do it every month. Okay, noted. Very bad. Not that gets it. Okay, for the last 5 Catherine, you can't keep calling him a hot mat and the other mat. Also, mat, it's not appropriate to take, so it calls to bed. If you're working from home, it's either at a desk or an appropriate professional setting. We're better at this. Never have talked about this before. One last action item on this list, we need to build our tech. Catherine, we're looking at you. The last do it every month and you can't go over. Okay, noted. Oh my god. Never got my injury. Oh my god. How did you text me? How much did you spend on this? $5 grand, holy shit. I could have built you an absolute beast of a gaming PC. Liquid cool, 5090, the whole 9 yards, 128 gigs, you got 5 grand. Your MacBook doesn't have any RGB, bro. It's not why you are. You probably ask an Apple tech guy for help. It's no shit. This shit's got no core. This MacBook Pro stands for prostate. This is a piece of shit. You know you can run a MacBook operating system on PC, right? On faster version. I've told you like 10 times, man. If anything, you need to upgrade the processing power of your goddamn brain. I'm excited. Enjoy that thing. Whatever you think about it. Why don't you text me? How much did you spend on this? $5 grand, holy shit. I could have built you an absolute beast of a gaming PC. Liquid cool, 5090, the whole 9 yards, 128 gigs, you got 5 RAM. Hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to be training. I'm working on site project. On the company side, it's Saturday 8 p.m. You've still got an hour on. I think your motto as good as OpenAI's O1. And you use company money to build it, $1 million. I just use a few hundred, 10,000. Enough. The rest I use for company. Okay, this is cool and all, but you don't have to work on trading and making money for a company. That's not trading anymore. I already make money for company. I open source and short and medium stuff. I make more than what I spent on you. Sourced it. Why would you open source our best animal? Who said this is my best animal? Hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to be trading. Oh, I'm working on side project. WANNE.
One.
It means 1, 4, 1, 8. I want to eat pizza for lunch today. Pizza. Pizza.
आईफोन चाहिए क्या तुझे?
हाँ
देख पापा की बात भी गलत नहीं, पढ़ता तो है।
सबको लगता है मैं पढ़ता हूँ।
अच्छा ठीक है, मैं दिला दूंगी। लेकिन पहले तुझे प्रॉमिस करना होगा कि तू पढ़ाई करेगा और अच्छे मार्क्स लाएगा।
हाँ पक्का प्रॉमिस। थैंक यू भाभी, थैंक यू।
क्या कर रहा है? खद्दू हो गया क्या खाने का खद्दू? रुक जा, चल बना रही हूँ कुछ।
थैंक यू।
क्या हो गया, तू ट्रिप पे नहीं गया?
हाँ वो मन नहीं था।
तेरा मन नहीं था ट्रिप पे जाने का, ये कैसे हो सकता है? दो से लड़ाई बड़े होगी क्या?
अरे नहीं वो तो सब ठीक है।
अरे बताना क्या हुआ, लड़ाई बड़ाई हुई है तो मैं बात कर लेती हूँ।
नहीं वो ऐसे ही छोड़ो ना।
अच्छा, इस महीने की पॉकेट मनी नहीं मिला तेरे को, इससे नहीं कह गया तू?
अरे नहीं कोई बात नहीं।
कौन कर रहा, बोल भी सकता था क्या मुझे?
अरे आप दोनों बिजी थे तो इसलिए नहीं बोला।
चल अभी कैसे बोल के तेरे को पैसे दिलवाती हूँ। कौन बोले क्या? ट्राई मैसेज लाने का, अगली बार तेरी कॉल लेट होगी बता रही।
सॉरी।
पीकर है?
नहीं नहीं पीता।
तो बता पीकर है? नहीं काटूंगी मैं, काटूंगी नहीं, पता वो कौन सा भी है। आईफोन चाहिए क्या तुझे?
हाँ
देख पापा की बात भी गलत नहीं।
So that's fine. She's fine.
What data was used to train Sora?
We used publicly available data and licensed data.
So, videos on YouTube?
I'm actually not sure about that.
Okay. Videos from Facebook, Instagram?
You know, if they were publicly available, publicly available.
Now you're speaking legalese.
Hey, Hannah. How do you say New Year, New Me in legalese?
Commencing on the current calendar year, the undersigned hereby declares and affirms their intention to adopt an amended personal identity, hereinafter referred to as revised self. This revised self supersedes
back in the land of fire and ice. Professor, do you know this neurosurgeon takes brain supplements to protect his precious brain?
When Hollywood calls, if it ever does, an Indian actor would more often than not do a backflip to accompany the baby, right? How about
Mr. Calhoun, what is it that you get paid currently? What is it? It's a big number. Well, let me help you out. It's 32.8 million this year. So, yes, it's a 45% increase over
What's wrong?
Transform.
Get a free stainless steel bottle.
How deep is the complete I went to order.
If you're a first-time founder, here's how you're going to raise your first round.
The whole is smaller, so you can run open. This is a pink guava with a wand.
It's like the 12th time I've seen you. It's like the 12th time I've seen you. I've seen your colleague like 6 times.
Yeah, it's like the 13th time I had to ask you. Where's your passport?
No, I have a passport.
I hopped into a coffee shop and then my jaw dropped. Shocked when I saw a girl who had cool hands. They made me want to dance. I started to advance to tell her until I heard a little voice say stop. I said you're really dumb. And then
I can't wait to the gym. I walked through when I was so tired, I just came out. I don't know how to stay consistent and in pain and like.
Story time. The man had to turn very slowly to his left because there was a chance he was shopping with Santa. Story time. The man had to turn very slowly.
P? No. G? O. No. P?
I said, you're right, sir. You are the boss. You said without hesitation.
That's right.
That's why today I'd like to give you something.
What is it, newbie?
My letter of resignation.
Oh, really, newbie? You don't want to work here?
You know what I'm feeling? That we will be had a couple of months ago. Remember that dish we ordered at that Korean restaurant?
I feel like a Korean restaurant.
Of course you have.
What happened?
You love the decor also.
When did this happen, Rohit?
You said you were hungry and you were craving Korean food.
That wasn't me, Rohit.
You were wearing a red dress.
I don't own a red dress.
We sat outside because the AC was making me feel bored.
Who are you going, Rohit?
You saw a white cat on the table, you want to adopt it.
Rohit!
Oh, yeah, that cute little cat.
Do you think you'd be a good detective? And what do we do when we're feeling sad?
We look for fights.
Wait, what?
Hey, is this Steve?
Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Steve. This is Rania from Boulevard Properties. Am I catching you at a good time?
I guess.
I'm calling from Boulevard Properties here in Dubai. I just received your details from our marketing team, and I see you recently clicked on one of our ads regarding Dubai real estate investments. I'm reaching out to verify the details you submitted. Would that be all right? Great. I just want to confirm a few details. You mentioned you're looking for a 4-bedroom apartment. Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. And are you also looking for an off-plan property? No worries at all. The call can easily be done via Zoom, so you can join from wherever you are. Just let me know a time that works for you, and I'll arrange it for you. What do you think?
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, can we do tomorrow afternoon?
Absolutely. How about 2 p.m. tomorrow? Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Hey, is this Steve?
ChatGPT does something that my brain cannot. It lets me know what's not possible. Whatever you learn, you spend more.
What's the next thing you want to Uber us?
I work doing reads.
You push a button and you get 9 to 11 o'clock की करेक्ट गा पार्टी स्टार्ट होता है वो एग्जैक्ट గా 10 కి స్టార్ట్ అయితే సరిపోతుందా మార్నింగ్ 10 కి డైలీ అక్కడ నుంచి పిల్లలు అప్పుడు వచ్చేస్తారా ఓ అక్కడ ఫ్యామిలీ కిడ్స్ ఉంటారా పిల్లలు ఏదో మిస్ చేస్తారు గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ కదా లేకపోతే తప్పి చూపియండి అంత దూరం వెళ్తారా నైట్ ఇక్కడ పడుకో పక్కన తెచ్చుకొని చెప్పారు కదా అందుకని మాకు సిటీలో ఉన్న కూడా అంత దూరం తప్పించుకుంటారు ఏమంటున్నారా ప్రశాంత్ అబ్బాయి అంత సీరియస్ గా ఎవరున్నారు అక్కడ లొకేషన్ వచ్చింది ఏముందండి అమలాలు వచ్చారు అడగబెడితే రావాలి చూసుకోవాలి ఎర్లీ మార్నింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయితేనే బెటర్ రా అప్పుడే రానికూడదు కానీ డ్రెస్ తో మాత్రం ఉదయం స్టెప్స్ దగ్గర మా వారు కొత్త చెప్తాడు వచ్చాడు అనుకుంటాడు సినిమా ఆడేది రా వదిలేడు రా చాలా దూరం వెళ్ళాలి లగేజ్ మెట్రో దగ్గర తిప్పేస్తాం ఓ పేరుకి హైదరాబాద్ కానీ హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉన్నాడు అయ్యా లొకేషన్ మీద చెప్తే క్యాబ్ డ్రైవర్ కూడా భయపడతాడు ఏ అంత దూరం భయపడిపోతావా సాల్వ్ చేద్దా నెలగా అప్పుడే అంత వస్తుంది హైదరాబాద్ లో అంత దోషం
Muscle grabs.
Lucky yes.
What's this?
The what?
The dog.
Hi, do you make PowerPoints? I do make PowerPoints. It's more or less my entire job.
Here's a question for all you mind readers out there.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. You get 8 of these thinking lithium-ion batteries for like $20, so you never have to buy batteries ever again. I think the case is the sickest part about this because you don't have to plug them in individually. It's just an indicator on how much charge they are. And if you're still catching it while it's on sale, I would definitely grab it up. This is definitely not going to last long.
Amor, ¿quieres café con cremita?
Holidays. I got my grandma's travel journal and
The city is doomed to command a fist fight. Is everybody here for Interstellar at 70mm?
Sir, this is 7 New York.
what the hell are you doing here doing it?
Time.
I know you're this nice one. Loser.
Nasia, Venus no Nana, Leave it basic. Okay? Leave it basic. Hello. Package will never. No shoes were playing car. Huh? Okay. Hey, just 1 second.
I couldn't find the TV remote.
Turn off the TV. Go. In the garage, no package, open it. Should. Hey, man.
Hey, Phil. So you're driving again? Looks like most people have declined. Andy and Paolo said yes, but I don't know. Do we have anything to discuss other than I know Krishna, you just updated yesterday that the dev infra is getting pushed to February what 4th?
Yes.
That doesn't affect anything on MedHub's timelines. Luckily,
No.
so.
It should not. Very honestly, there are some loose ends that we are wherever we are tying right now. It's not much going on. However, Luca was out sick for 2 to 3 days, and it put us a little behind. Right, that's what originally happened. Right. So, however, there aren't any like big red flags, very candidly speaking, between all of us with the overall structure, right? Also, internally, we are planning to wrap everything by tomorrow and reserve 1 or 2 days for our testing before we come out and say, yeah, it's working.
Right.
The we are actually uncovering one infra issue after another infra issue. That's why we could not adopt Lucas changes earlier, and it actually led to more changes on Lucas' side, and he was out. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. Is there anything else? I don't know, Andy, Phil, do you guys have any concerns? Anything you're looking for an update on specifically?
I guess we can make do right now with a different client's data that we currently have, but pretty soon I think we do want to run an end-to-end test first. Well, I guess we have a sample, so that's not a big deal. Never mind. Phil, were you saying something?
Oh no, pretty similarly. I was just gonna say that I think Stan was also suggesting that we might even be able to take Rohit's data from Peru and just kind of massage it into the Alexandria output format, but we weren't sure how much work that would require, how painful that would be. But that might be something that we could do kind of on a small scale, just to kind of keep things moving.
Okay.
And then I apologize I was late. Could we, I think that maybe a good thing that we could practice doing too, sorry, skip my problem that late, so apologies if you guys already did this. Christian, do you by chance have do you have a program spreadsheet, right? With like dates? Maybe we could just share screen and just like walk through where everybody is.
Yeah, sure. Where is this tab? Right here. Okay.
Anthony.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I was making a sound because it looks like you were trying to check if your speakers were working.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look here.
Okay, sorry. I will increase the font size.
Nice.
Right. Okay. So we are talking about Peru MedHub Dev Release V0. I marked it at risk yesterday because we didn't know whether Luca was actually coming on today. He was pretty sick. I'm gonna move it back to on track by end of day tomorrow. Um, but change this date to 4. I think this is a good forum because Sanket, one thing is we do want the tranches of products, right? Because I think we can ingest them. Um, so there is one element on one page on our one line item on our page, which is OCR CLI upgrade with redesign, which is basically the remember you were seeing less number of documents go through our OCR, and people were like, oh, does it really hit like 20 or 30 pages per minute or things like that? Those changes are actually done, and they are right now being integrated with the CLI, but we are not tracking that towards a 2.4 release, right? The reason why I'm constantly asking this question is if you have the tranche of data for proof, then we can use our upgraded CLI with the batch requests and everything, all the upgrades that Celine has worked for like last 2 weeks. It will be a good test for us even before we hit the 217.
But we haven't done any OCR experimentation, right, on brew yet.
We have the label set. We will get the label set by tomorrow morning, I believe.
Oh, okay. So once we do the experimentation, we should be ready to. We could theoretically ingest using the CLI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about how we gave CNS data and we also gave proofs data, but without the experimentation. But I believe
So
proofs-
theoretically,
Mm.
just okay. So this is what I would like, right? Basically, the question that I would ask to Andy and Matt and whoever is, we are going to try transcribing a small sample of true data to get to know what the speed is, right? Because right now, I know the questions being asked are like, what is the speed? I'm like 20 to 30 pages per second, but it could be much higher, right?
You look very dirty.
Now, if we were to run this to figure out how much the speed is, which are the documents that you would want us to use the first, which would not be like a
Let me wrap this call.
set of work?
Is the question
Figure
for
out the speed, yeah.
us? I guess I would defer to either having an average, so we can get an average speed, or identifying those docs that are, I mean, depending on how the OCR is optimized, the things that has the trickiest times with, and then running that and using that as a conservative estimate. I don't know if we know what those are, but I'm imagining like if we can identify documents that are very likely to be handwritten, as an example.
That's
So
very
No, I'm asking like if you want us, if there's a set of claims or docs that is like, hey, start with this, just start transcribing this right now, and then from that we'll know like what our speeds are, so we can project out future strategies. It's like, what should we start with? Like, because basically what we want to do is like attack the most high priority claims and documents for MedHub, so that the work isn't wasted, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because then we would be able to use that data,
Mhm.
and you've already tested it for speed.
exactly.
I mean, I don't think I have a specific. Like, I think you can choose.
I can pose this question in the data
Yeah.
desk now, like to all the MedHub.
The PMs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I had to use a heuristic, probably a claim that just has the most documents.
No, I think you should think about like what's the most recent or what's the latest active claim or not just one claim.
Yeah,
A set of claims that you want us to actually show, because we will use the same sample for doc indexing and we will use the same sample for doc transcriptions as well, so that when MedHub's UI is up, right, you have the latest and greatest data or the most critical information for you, right? Do not index on a claim that has the difficult documents, because the reality of the situation is we are also doing it for the first time, right?
Right.
So we want to
Well-
first figure out the average speed first rather than the complicated scenario first.
I kind of interesting. I kind of want to see. So the reason I suggested choosing a complicated claim is because what I also want from our side, like for Phil, to be able to try to process difficult documents, and then that'll help us understand. Like we have to understand actually too, like our own processing speed, like our LLM processing speed, and getting everything end to end. And
The LLM doesn't care if it's handwritten.
it was
The LLM might
Also-
care
also the-
if the text is garbage and has a bunch of, bunch of incorrect.
Also, what I'm trying to get at here is the transcription speed, and it doesn't matter if it's a claim with 100 docs with 10 pages each, or it's a claim with 2 docs with 10 pages. Basically, I want to get the speed estimate, so it's like whatever claims order you want us to tackle that in. Like that's what we'll do. I can pose this question to the.
Please, yeah, that'd be great. Please post it. I'm curious other people's perspectives because at least right now, I don't think it really matters. Like you might choose the most recent one, but I don't know if it matters.
Yeah. Anthony Krishna, does that make sense? What I'm asking, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, just to judge the speed, we get the initial set, and now from our side, if it's like, okay, when can we start? If we have the OCR experimentation done, like when can we actually start transcribing this? Just to set expectations.
Sorry, Sanket, was that for me?
The
Either,
I guess.
Or Anthony, whoever.
All right, so the question is, if we have the labeled document and start transcribing, I think it would be the 17th, no? Because that's when we were promising that all the transcription stuff will be built on our side.
No, but he's saying like use the OCR CLI with all the updates to start transcribing now. That's why I was posing the question to the MedHub
I
team.
see.
Yeah. To start so that we can even get a sense of transcription speed, and that way, like.
Yeah, it depends on the goal. We're looking to like the outcome. If the desired outcome is the transcriptions themselves, then it beats today, right? Because it's whatever Rohit's already done. If we're looking to measure, get a better sense of the throughput, then probably in like a week's time. The main reason why we couldn't use what Rohit has done already to estimate throughput is because that CLI is not using the batch processing endpoint that we are using in prod. That's something that Celine and Rohit are building out today.
Exactly.
So once that's built, I'm estimating like a week of time for that remaining, maybe less. So if we wanted to do that as soon as possible, I'd say within a week's time.
Okay, so let's just say like, let's just say February whatever, 11th or whatever, is when we could start. Like then, what the question I'll put to Andy and the rest of the team is, which claims should we start with if we want to judge the speed? And then obviously like once it's done and we have like good stats on it, we can communicate that out. And if that represents if that dictates a shift in priorities, maybe, hopefully not. Hopefully it's good enough that we just like let it rip. But I think that's a good way to approach this thing. All right.
We'll chat in that thread.
Yep. Sounds good.
Got around 4:45. Thanks, John.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Unbelievable. Nadia? Srinacha? 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 స్నానం చేయండి Whoa! My God, it's great! Raga? Say Donna. Ilala Pandit. రావాలంటే
మైగ్రేషన్ ఉందా సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి 445 మీరు నువ్వు పిల్లలు
స్నానం చేసి ఏం చెప్తాను the rules are formed by me. That means I can change the rules whenever I want. కదా ఎవరు పెట్టారు రూల్స్ ఇంకంతా నా ఇష్టంగా చేస్తాను నేను అంతే కదా ನೀಗಂತ ಎಡ್ಡಿ ಸುತ್ತ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ಕಾಲು ಗಟ್ಟೆ అవును నేను గమనించాను ఎంత ನಾನು ఒళ్ళు కుండేసి నువ్వంత కంపు పెట్టాను నా దగ్గర గమనిస్తాను చెప్పాడు కానీ మాట్లాడుతుంది గమనిస్తుంటే చెప్పాడు వెళ్ళి స్నానం చేసేసి చాలపడి చేయవరా నువ్వు ఇలాగా ఒకసారి ఇక్కడ నీకు సాంగ్స్ అనేది
Revenge on the thing you did yesterday. I want to cheese good. I don't. You can use that shout tab if you want. I can use this shout. You like this one better? Oh, no. Definitely this one. What? Yeah. Yes. No, it's not. Snow goes white. Does wide make sense? Snow goes wide. How does the snow go wide? It's a globe. It's globe. The snow goes wide. White. It's wide. No, it's white. I know that I said, shirt up, brother, shirt up. Don't do that. That's what. That's like very unnecessary. We do every single day. These are what I make. No, it's fine if I do this with my hand. Like, it's true. No, rather tell them. Why are you always taking up here? No, I I showed Raga.
She liked it?
Yeah, she's like, oh my god, that is crazy. I love this. Don't. Be careful when you jump. Oh.
Mhm.
Go, get that feather.
We don't know. I don't think we're ready at all.
You purposely wanted to go down?
No, jump చేయలేకపోయినట్టు చెత్తలాగా ఉన్నట్టు.
Yeah, I don't like that game. But that is Ahi's favorite game. Oh, don't wait for that because that's like a moving thing. Okay, that is moving. That could move that. What? I told you it would move.
No, I know.
Be careful to jump. Whoa! How did he do that? Whoa! Oh! Those are 3 in a row. Why?
But that was good. It's good attempt.
Better than that ghost. Oh, this one is my favorite. I don't even know how to pass it. You need to press B.
Oh.
Do you like, Nana, my friends I love to chew gum to make them relax.
నాకు
Like,
ఫుడ్ చేస్తుంది కదా నాకు మీద దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే
what is, how is it going to help you?
ఇలా నోరు మూసుకుని అనుకో ఇట్స్ మై లిప్ ఈస్ బికమింగ్ టైట్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ ఐఎమ్ అనేబుల్ టు టాక్ అని మీటింగ్స్ ఉంటాను కదా ఐ హ్యావ్ టు టాక్.
Oh, that one is funny. Oh, wow. Sometimes they cut you up.
Oh.
Nana, how did you search for this? I would think that would be $2,001 million.
When I buy something for you, I really like it because I like to buy nice things for my babies. నీకు తెలుసా ఇవాళ నాకు అమ్మ పెద్ద సర్ప్రైజ్ ఇచ్చింది.
But what is that? Is it a scent? Oh my god.
He completely gave me the surprise.
Is it good?
It's great. Good guys, great.
Great. That looks so fancy.
It is a fancy thing.
How much did it spend?
I have no idea.
But it was good at least.
Benefit.
Oh. That smells like heaven. Oh, wow. Do you know what that unicorn name was in that book? Her name was Marigold Heavenly Nostrils. and that girl was like, that's the best name I've ever heard.
ఐస్ క్రీమ్ తినాలి నాకు బాగా.
Not for that. But we couldn't. It's already snowing outside, right?
Is it?
But it's not. But we could. We could go, right?
We could. Technically we could. But చలిగాడికి బాగాలేదు అది.
But no, it's fine.
Why do you feel here? ఇంకా
Oh. Look, why does it say DI Pokemon Yellow?
నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ద స్ప్రింటర్ ఊరినే పెట్టారు. ఇంప్లిమెంట్ పోస్ట్ లోకల్.
When I see this, I was like, "Oh wow, this is so cool!" And then when you open this, I was surprised. I was.
If you take these two off, I want to see how heavy this is because
Now it's pretty heavy. Can you find me an actual lunchbox I could carry my lunch in this?
lunch box, huh?
Yeah. Because then I don't need to forget this because sometimes I always forget it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nobody has a lunchbox.
Give go 1, 2, 3, 4. ఈ 4 నేను ఫిల్ చేయాలి. ఫిల్ చేసి నేను చేస్తాను. పారామీటర్స్ వచ్చి
Do what?
ఉండు. Use param in MLAS as an example to deploy a config for it to application bucket.
What do you think they would think this is?
I don't know. Nobody's watching there. Is anybody watching? Nobody's watching.
How do you know?
అక్కడ లైవ్ అని రాస్తున్నారు రెడ్ లో.
Yeah.
దాని పక్కన అవర్స్ రాస్తున్నారు 6 hours.
Yeah.
దాని పక్కన ఒక మనిషి బొమ్మలాగా ఉంది సార్. పక్కన 0 ఉంది చూడు. That means 0 watchers.
Well, like in the whole entire thing? Or just for now?
At least now they're not watching. No, nobody watches my video. None ever check them.
Why?
I don't know. Use the parameter.
I watch your videos.
As an example, okay. Should run this and okay, fine.
Live is way more easier than normal shooting videos, right?
The pops up topic for matter.
What is this?
Enrich config GHA.
Oh, this is so cool. Now imagine there was a chef in our house and everything was for free. That would be so cool. There's another color downstairs. It's not only pink. It is. Nana, my friend's container, she has a plastic one, so it's
Okay,
just.
Nana, please.
I'm gonna give you some.
Mhm. Hey!
Mama, I know how to make a kitty cat. I like these. I showed her those. Can I wear this outfit? Daddy, can I wear this outfit?
Parent कैसे इनको पहन
Because I don't have so many outfits. There's a pig that's really loose, but when I wake up, I'm like so cold. I want something that is like comfy that like when I wake up.
అలాగా మాట్లాడుతున్నాం.
Nana, how do you make a fortune top?
ఇంకమ్మా పేపర్ వేస్ట్ చేస్తా వైట్ పేపర్ రాసుకునే పేపర్ అది పెట్టేసి put it back.
But Nana,
Put it back. I
I
said put it back.
She didn't get it from the picture.
I
think she did because actually.
So white paper. What paper?
Well, I can get paper that was not from the picture because it's from a book. So, What about this? Yeah, she got that. She did not get that from the picture. She did not get that from a picture.
అది పేజ్ చింపేసావు నువ్వు బుక్ లో వైట్ పేపర్ ఎందుకు వాడుతున్నావు వైట్ పేపర్ వాడు రాసుకోండి యూజ్లెస్ పేపర్ వాడుకోండి దాంట్లో
But now and then I need to write the numbers and I need to put the circles. How do you make it? How do you make it? Can I watch a video how to make a fortune clock? Can I watch a video how to make a fortune clock? Yeah? Snowflakes and put them around my windows. Can I make snowflakes and put them on my windows? Daddy?
ఉండమ్మా
Can I make a snowflake and put them on my windows?
Yeah.
Yay! Because I've been back. I did this a long time ago and I didn't do it from I did this a long time ago.
Okay.
And my I did it not in Lakeview. I didn't do it in Lakeview. I did it in learning experience. That's a long time ago, right?
చాలా లాంగ్ టైం అవరా అప్పటికి నువ్వు ముసలిదానివి
I was 4 years old.
యా 4 years ముసలిదానివి నువ్వు 4 years ముసలిదానివి
Daddy, I still remember it. And those are one of the things the craft I really like. I've been wanting to do a snowflake, and I don't even have to cut a circle for the snowflake. I make it in a diamond, a square shape, so that because diamond is actually diamond. Can I take one with you?
Hey, Pakal Sadera, did you make a bed? Did you make your bed? Go, both of you make your bed and make my bed.
Make your bed,
Yeah.
but it has clothes on it.
Pakal mein do.
But Mama, I don't know where to put them at.
वो काले डब्बा जिसको काले डब्बा लो वैसे से ना वह हो तो कट कट मैं दो
This is perfect. I just want to just. Nana. Nana. I want to show you something.
चल बेल पक्का से तो बेल
I want to show you something. Look, my snowflake.
वाह पक्का से तो ना
that together?
Yeah, you should.
Daddy said yeah, we could. I told you. Yeah, we could, but we said we had. Let's get all the big stuff on the back. Guys, see? All the big stuff on the back.
Okay. Era ainda. నాచా ఏం చేస్తున్నావు అమ్మా? What are you doing, Nana?
I'm not making your bed in my bed.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
నువ్వు దులిపావా నా పక్క అసలు? నీ పక్క దులిపావా? Really? Okay. చెల్లి ఏం చేస్తుంది?
She's making her bed.
Good. నాన్న మనం మ్యాథ్స్ చేయాలి. యా.
First at 4, President Trump says there are no survivors.
So this little girl is so.
ఇప్పుడు మనతో పాటు ఉన్నారు గురువు గారు రాధా మనోహర్ దాస్ గారు. రాధా మనోహర్ దాస్ గారు తెలియని వాళ్ళంటూ ఎవరు లేరు. కానీ పరిచయంతో పాటు ప్రశంసలతో పాటు విమర్శల వెల్లువ కూడా వస్తూనే ఉంటుంది. ఆ విమర్శల సమాధానాల కోసమే నేను వచ్చాను. ఇప్పుడు ఆ విమర్శలే అడిగి తెలుసుకున్నాను. నమస్తే గురుగారు. హరే కృష్ణ గురుగారు. హిందూ మతం గురించి ఎంత గొప్పగా మాట్లాడుతుంటారో అన్య మతాల విషయానికి వచ్చేసరికి అంతే తక్కువ చేసి మాట్లాడుతున్నారు గురుగారు. ఇది ప్రజల వాదన. ఇప్పుడు అన్ని మతాల దేవుడు సమానమైనప్పుడు పక్క మతాన్ని మనం విమర్శించకూడదు కదా, కాదంటారా?
ఇది ప్రశ్న లేక మీ అజ్ఞానం అది నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ మీరు మాత్రం ఒక కామన్ హిందూ యొక్క భావాన్ని వ్యక్తం చేశారు. అవునా? మీరు చెప్పింది నిరూపించగలరా? మీరు
ఏమైంది గురుగారు?
ఏదో అన్నారు కదా స్టేట్మెంట్,
అన్ని మతాలు సమానమని, కాదంటారా?
మీరు నిరూపించాలమ్మా. ఇప్పుడు మీరు మీ పక్కన లేకపోతే ఆ వైష్ణవి ఆ పక్కన అనుష్కాన్ని పెట్టి ఇద్దరు సేమ్ హైట్ అన్నాం అనుకోండి, ఏముంది?
సేమ్ హైట్ లేనప్పుడు కాదని ఒప్పుకుంటాను.
సేమ్ ఇప్పుడు కూడా ఒప్పుకోవాలి లేదా తప్పుకోవాలి, ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి సెలవు తప్పుకోవాలి.
అంటే అన్ని మతాల్లో ఉన్నది దేవుడు కాదా?
కాదమ్మా, ఇప్పుడు నేను మాత్రమే మిమ్మల్ని మీరు అని కాదమ్మా. మీరు స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చారు, నిరూపించాలిగా. ఇక్కడ చాలా మంది వచ్చారు, ఇందులో ఒక్కరు కూడా వానాకి తగ్గ హైట్ లో లేడు. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా క్లైమ్ చేస్తే ఏం చేస్తాం? రానా రాకేష్ సేమ్ హైట్ అంటే ఊరుకుంటావా? అక్కడ నుంచో పెడతాం. సేమ్ అలాగే నేను చెప్పింది నిరూపించండి.
అంటే దేవుడు లేడంటారా?
ఏంట్రా? ఉన్నాను రా. ఏమైందమ్మా? నింపుతారా?
వాళ్ళని విమర్శిస్తున్నారు.
ఎందుకు విమర్శించారు
అని మీరే చెప్పండి.
మీరు అడగాలి.
విమర్శిస్తున్నారు.
నువ్వు పక్క సర్దేసావునా?
ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్
వెళ్ళి పక్క సర్ది.
యాక్చువల్గా మీకు ఇచ్చింది ఏంటంటే లేట్ గానే మొదలు పెట్టాను. ఈ లేట్ అక్కడ అయింది, ఓకే. వాళ్ళ మీద పడుతుంది ఆ ఎఫెక్ట్, వాళ్ళ మీద పడుతుంది, అని తప్పదు. ప్రశాంతంగా ఉంటాం, ఏమి ఇబ్బంది లేదు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఏదైనా పొరపాటున స్లిప్ అయ్యి ఏదైనా అనేసారు అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఇలా ప్రశాంతంగా ఉన్నాక ఎందుకని
కోపం వస్తుంది.
ఎందుకు కోపం వస్తుందంటే స్లిప్ అయితే సేమ్ కొంచెం లేట్ అయింది. మీరే ఆఫీసర్ కాదు, ఇంకొక ఇంటర్వ్యూ ఇచ్చారు, మీకు ఇంటర్వ్యూ ఇస్తున్నాను. అది ఉచితం, ఇది ఉచితమే. రోజు చేస్తే అనుచితమే. అలా అలా మీకు అర్థమయ్యేలా చెప్తా. ఇదిగో ఇక్కడ నరసింహస్వామి ఉన్నారు, ఓకే. నరసింహస్వామికి జై, ఓకేనా? నరసింహస్వామి దేవుడు కాదని ఎవరైనా
అవునా? నేను మాట్లాడతాను.
వాళ్ళ దేవుడు కాదని ఎందుకు అనాల్సి వస్తుంది అంటే,
నువ్వైతే నీ రూమ్
నరసింహస్వామి వేసుకుంటే వాడు వచ్చి ఈ దేవుడు కాదు, మా ఇంటి పైన శివమే దేవుడు అన్నప్పుడు మండి మాట్లాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఒక హిందూ ఎవరైనా వేరే మతస్థులు ఇళ్ళకి వెళ్ళి మా దేవుడు నమ్ముకో, నీకు ఉన్నది అమ్ముకో అలా ఏం చెప్పాడు ఎక్కడైనా? మన ఇళ్ళ దగ్గరికి వచ్చి
ఓ మై గాడ్, సో స్కేరీ రా.
అంటే కొంతమంది అలా వచ్చి అడుగుతున్నారు అనేది కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళలో కూడా. అందరూ అలా మొత్తం మతాన్ని
ఇప్పుడు నీ మాటకే వద్దాం, నీ మాటకే వద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు
నేను ఐస్ క్రీమ్ ఇవాళ ఐస్ క్రీమ్ వెళ్ళి కొనుక్కుందాం అనుకుంటున్నాను. నీకు కాదు, నీకు కాదు. నువ్వు ఇంకా తగ్గుతున్నావు, నువ్వు ఇంకా తగ్గుతున్నావు. అనుకో, చూసావా నువ్వు తగ్గుతున్నావు. నేను ఏం చేస్తానంటే ఐస్ క్రీమ్ తెచ్చుకుని నీ పక్కన కూర్చుని, no, you can see me eating ice cream. Very good. Don't waste another.
మనిషి.
Can I try one more time?
అబ్బా పందిగాడు
Can I
వీడు
try one more time?
పుట్టినాడు నాకు.
Can I try one more time?
అదే మొన్న
I'm not gonna do it.
జర్నలిస్టులు
Stop!
అని పిల్లలతో అన్నారు. పేరు మర్చిపోయాను, మీ మీడియా పేరు మర్చిపోయాను. యాంకర్ వచ్చారు కదా ఒక ఆవిడ అన్న దోషమా తప్ప అలా
ఇది నేను చేసే పని గురువు గారు, కానీ వాళ్ళని ఎలా గొర్రెలు
నువ్వు ఎవరమ్మా, యు ఆర్ జర్నలిస్ట్, దట్ ఇస్ యువర్ ఆక్యుపేషన్. అలా దే యు కాల్డ్ యు క్లైమ్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ యాజ్ జర్నలిస్ట్ కదా. నువ్వు ఏడు పిలుచుకున్నావు, జర్నలిస్ట్ పిలుచుకున్నావు, వాళ్ళు ఏమని పిలుచుకున్నారు, గొర్రెలని పిలుచుకున్నారు. నువ్వు జర్నలిస్ట్ అంటే తప్పుగానప్పుడు వాళ్ళ గొర్రెలంటే తప్పేడైంది. నువ్వు తప్పుగా చూస్తున్నావు. అసలు ఇన్ని మాటలు ఎందుకు, వాళ్ళు ఎవరిని గాడ్ అనుకుంటున్నారో అతను ఏం చెప్పాడు, నేను తప్పిపోయిన గొర్రె పిల్లలను వెతుకుడు కొరకే వచ్చింది అంటాడు. అతను గొర్రెలని వాళ్ళు గొర్రెలు అనుకుని వాగ్దేవనే చిన్నపిల్లతో పాట పాడించుకున్నారు. ఏమని, పీసు గొర్రెలం మేము పీసు గొర్రెలం, అమ్మాయి డబ్బులు పాట కూడా పాడించుకున్నారు. మీకు మీరు యాంకర్ అని చెప్పి, మీకు మీరు జర్నలిస్ట్ అని చెప్పి, నేను యాంకర్ అమ్మ అని పిలిస్తే ఏంటి యాంకమ్మ అంటున్నావు అని నా మీద వస్తే నేనేం చేయలేదు. అలాగనమాట, అట్లా మనకు నెక్స్ట్
ఇందాక మనం మాట్లాడుకున్నాం ఆ టాపిక్ లో. సరే, ఇప్పుడు అందరినీ కొంతమంది మాత్రమే హిందూ మతం
పాపం ఇందాక మిస్ అయిపోయారు. మీరు కొందరిని అన్నారు కదా,
అందరినీ
మొత్తం మతాన్ని అంటున్నారు కదా. యాక్చువల్ మతమే ప్రమాదం.
ఎలా చెప్తారు
చెప్తున్నాగా, మీరు ఏమైనా కావాలంటే నెట్ లో కొట్టుకోండి. ఒకసారి నా మీద సిఐడి కేసు పెట్టారు గొర్రెలు. పెట్టినప్పుడు సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆవిడ అడిగింది ఆఫీసర్, మీరు ఎందుకు వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నారు, అది పనికిమాలింది కాబట్టి అందాడు. సరే ఎలా పనికిమాలింది అంటావు అందాడు. సరే కొట్టండి, మార్క్ 16 ఏముంది మార్క్ 16. నమ్మి మా పార్టీలో జాయిన్ అయిన వాడు రక్షించబడు, లేకపోతే శిక్షించబడు. అదే వాళ్ళ మతంలోకి వెళ్తే నువ్వు రక్షించబడతావు, లేదా శిక్షించబడతావు.
మరే మాత్రం ఈ సిద్ధాంతం చెప్పలేదు.
మనకైతే అలాంటి దరిద్రపు భావాలు లేవు. మనకేం చెప్పారంటే భగవద్గీత అంతా చెప్పి, బాబు ఇగో నేను ఇవ్వాల్సిన లెక్చర్ ఇచ్చాను, నువ్వు ఆలోచించి నిర్ణయం తీసుకో. ఇది అర్జునుడికి కృష్ణుడు చెప్పాడు. మనకి వేదంలో చెప్పారు, ఏకం సత్విప్రా బహుదా వదంతి. ఇన్ని మాట్లాడేందుకు? ఎవరైనా మీ ఇళ్ళ దగ్గరికి వచ్చి ఈ పురాణంలో శివుని నమ్మన్నారు, నమ్మలేదనుకో చోళ పెట్టుకుని చెప్పాడు అని ఎవరైనా చెప్పాడా? ఇదిగో ఈ పురాణంలో విష్ణుని కృష్ణుని నమ్మని ఉంది, నమ్మలేదనుకో అని ఎప్పుడైనా బెదిరించారా? ఎక్కడైనా మీరు కొంపల దగ్గరికి వచ్చి నమ్మండి, మీకు ఉన్నదంతా అమ్మండి అంటున్నారు. కాబట్టి మరి ఈ దేశానికి దరిద్రం మాకు అక్కర్లేదు, అందుకని మేము వ్యతిరేకిస్తాం.
మీరు వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నారు, కానీ మారేవాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు మీరు చెప్పారు కదా, చాలా ఇంటర్వ్యూలో చెప్పారు, సదరు మాట్లాడుతున్న వ్యక్తి కూడా మనకి పుట్టినవాడే, వాళ్ళ నాన్నగారి పేరేది మన మతంలో ఉంటుంది. మరి అదే మతంలో పుట్టిన వ్యక్తి మతం మారడం అనేది అతని ప్రోద్భావమే కదా, అంటే అతని మానసిక స్థితి సరిగా లేనప్పుడు మారుతున్నాడు కదా. మరి తప్పు హిందూ మతంలో లేదంటారా? హిందూ మతాన్ని నమ్ముతున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళు బలహీనలు అయిపోయి మారుతున్నారు.
మీరు మెడిసిన్ వేసుకోకుండా రోగం తెచ్చుకుని రోగం తగ్గలేదు అని మెడిసిన్ నిందించడం. మిమ్మల్ని జిలేబీ తినద్దు, స్వీట్ అని చెప్పారు, మీరు స్వీట్లు తినేశారు, మెడిసిన్ వేసుకోలేదు. డాక్టర్ గారు నేను దోషం తోపుకుంటాను.
వీళ్ళు బలంగా ఉంటే వాళ్ళు మతం మార్చే ప్రయత్నం చెయ్యరు కదా అంటున్నారు. తప్పు హిందువుల్లో లేదంటారా అని అడుగుతున్నారు.
వీడు బలహీనం, వీడు అజ్ఞానం, వాళ్ళు మతం మార్చడానికి కారకం. మతం మారిన వాళ్ళంతా బ్రతకూళ్ళు, అజ్ఞానులు. ఎందుకంటే వీడు ఏం చదవలేదుగా, వీడు బైబిల్ కూడా చదవలేదు. రాత్రి ఒక ఆడపిల్ల గొర్రె ఫోన్ చేసింది, విజయవాడ గొర్రె, నువ్వు బైబిల్ చదివాను, అక్కడక్కడ చదివాను, మొత్తం చదివి ఫోన్ చేయండి. వీళ్ళంతా అక్కడక్కడ తక్కిడ. మగోళ్ళు కూడా చదవలేదమ్మా దాన్ని. చూస్తావా మగోళ్ళు కూడా దీన్ని చదవలేరు. ఎందుకంటే వీళ్ళు దావీదు వంశం అంటారు. ఈ దావీద్ అనేవాడు డేవిడ్ అని పిలుస్తారు ఇంగ్లీష్. తన సేవకుడు 2వ సమయం 11వ వచనం, యూరి భార్య బెతెషెబా స్నానం చేస్తుంటే చూసి మోహించి దాన్ని రప్పించి దాంతో అది చేస్తాడు. అప్పుడైతే గర్భం దాల్చుతుంది. ఏదో విషయం బయటకు పొక్కుతుందని చూసేసి
రూమ్ అంతా క్లీన్ అయిపోయిందా?
వాడి బెల్లం పెద్ద విషయం
చేసేసి రూమ్ కూడా క్లీన్ చేసి ఎలాగో చేస్తున్నావు కదా.
చేసుకున్నాడు. వాడి దగ్గర పని చేస్తే సైనికుడు భార్య ఇక్కడ మేడ ఎక్కాడు సాయంత్రం పాటు వాడి బెల్లం కనపడింది. పిలిచాడు, కార్యక్రమం చేస్తే పిల్లలు పిలిచాడు. పుట్టేస్తే వీడు తప్పుడు వేదవ కదా, వీళ్ళు గాడ్ అని చెప్తారు. యెహోవా ఏం చేయాలి? ఎలా నువ్వు నాకు రైట్ హ్యాండ్ కదా, ఇది రాంగ్ కదా అని వీడిని శిక్షించాలి కదా. వీడిని శిక్షించడం మానేసి ఇంకా మీరు చదవలేని దరిద్రాలు ఇందులో.
This is me. This is me. One thing I don't like is avocado. ఇది avocado అంటే ఇష్టం ఉండదా? Are you kidding me? నిజంగా ఇష్టం ఉండదా నీకు? Okay. This is why I want to be this when you grow up.
I want to be an engineer.
Engineer?
వాళ్ళ నాన్న చచ్చిపోయాక
I want to be like a big officer.
వీళ్ళందరినీ టెంటేసి
I am 5 years old. Look, 5 years old. Let it be born. A word that describes means happy. I know that. That I know. That I know. That.
Ice cream. I love ice cream.
You love ice cream? Okay. ఇవాళ నుంచి రోజు రాగా గిట్టు ఐస్ క్రీమ్.
I love it. Hey, that's ours. Why are you using ours? That's
నీకు
ours.
ఏ ఫ్లేవర్ ఇష్టం ఐస్ క్రీమ్ లో?
Alex?
మనం సొంతంగా వచ్చిన
నాకు vanilla ice cream.
నాకు బాగా ఐస్ క్రీమ్ తినాలి.
సప్తాహం జరిగేది,
చాలా తినాలి.
రోజు
Can I talk to my best?
మైక్ లో
I also play.
వినాయక చవితి ఉత్సవాలు 9 రోజులు జరిగి ప్రతిరోజు ఒక ధార్మిక
తో బస్తీతో మాట్లాడా.
సినిమా దేవుడిది
And
మాట్లాడేసేవాడు.
also recess లో ఆడుకున్నాను.
ఏం ఆడావు?
Basketball. నేను win అయ్యాను.
నువ్వు కోరా కోరా చింపలా చింపలా చింపదే బొమ్మల నుంచి ఒకసారి
And somebody dribbling, I practice a lot.
ఆలకించు మా
నేను ఎవరో డ్రిబుల్ చేస్తుంటే నేను ఆ డ్రిబుల్ తీసుకొచ్చు. వాళ్ళు డ్రిబుల్ చేస్తుంటే వాళ్ళు డ్రిబుల్ తీసేసుకోవచ్చు. So if they're dribbling like this, I'll just take it.
ఇదిగో నాన్న.
I'll take their నేను while you're dribbling, నేను a ball తీసేస్తాను and while still dribbling. And then ప్రాక్టీస్ చేశాను చాలా సేపు. సో నేను ప్రాక్టీస్ చేశాను skipping. I did this with the basketball. నేను ఇది చేశాను. I was skipping.
స్కిప్పింగ్ బాస్కెట్బాల్ కావాలి అంటారా?
No, that's a trick.
ఓహో పక్కన బాల్ ఉందా? డ్రిబుల్ చేస్తున్నావా?
I can do that.
స్కూల్లో నేర్పలేదు.
నీకు సిగ్గులేదు నీకంటే పేరెంట్స్ అమ్మ కూడి ఎక్కడ పిల్లలు సాయగలుగుతాడా? నువ్వు ఇతర భాష నేర్చుకోవడం తప్పు కాదే. కళ్ళజోడు పెట్టు, బంగారు కళ్ళు ఉండాలిగా నీకు. మాతృభూమిని, మాతృభాషని, మాతృమూర్తిని ముగ్గురిని మర్చిపోతే ఎలా బాగుపడతావు? అది విషయం. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మన ధర్మాన్ని నాశనం చేయడం కోసం, మన మన దేశాన్ని మొక్కలు చేయడం కోసం వాళ్ళు చాలా కష్టపడుతూ వాళ్ళు స్కూల్స్ అవి పెట్టి వాళ్ళు మనల్ని ఇంగ్లీష్ పేరు మీద ఇంకో దాని పేరు మీద అట్రాక్ట్ చేసి మన వాళ్ళకి ఇంగ్లీష్ వద్దనే భావంతో అక్కడ పంపి మన ఆడపిల్ల గాజులు లేకుండా తారే వాళ్ళు ఆమె స్కూల్ గాజులు వేసుకోలేదు. స్కూల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ కావచ్చు, ప్రజెంట్ జనరేషన్ అనే పేరు. మొన్న విశాఖపట్నంలో గుడికి వెళ్తే 2 ఆడపిల్లలు గాజులు వేసుకున్నారు. వాళ్ళ అమ్మ ఈ జనరేషన్ కదండి ఇలా ఎంకరేజ్ చేయి, రేపు పొద్దున్న సూట్ కేసులో వచ్చేది దీని బర్త్డే అని చెప్పి. అప్పుడే ఆ పిల్లల్ని అడుగుతాను, పోనీ నువ్వు వేసుకోకలేమే మీ నాన్నకి బెస్ట్ కదా. నేను ఒకటి మొన్న నేను అడిగితే ఊళ్ళోనా చిన్న పాప అదే కిరణ్ పొద్దు 6 ఏళ్ళు ఊళ్ళో నాకు లేదు అంతే. చెప్తున్నా
Hey, so nice.
అదే ప్రశ్న కదా.
Are you able to put the phone on or is it
కానీ హిందూ పెద్దలు కానీ డిఫరెంట్ కాలేదా?
I need to use construction paper. Can I try again and make it construction paper?
Mathematics చేయాలన్నా ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు కూర్చొని. ఓకే, టీవీ కట్టేసి ఐ వాంట్ యూ టు డూ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్. నేను మనం అనుకున్న పేజెస్ ఇంకా అవ్వలేదు, చేయరన్నా.
ఈ విషయం గురించి అడుగుతా గురుగారు. ఇది కేవలం ప్రజల్లోంచి వస్తున్న ప్రశ్న, తప్పుగా అంటారు. ఇందాక మీరు వినాయక చవితి ఉత్సవాల గురించి చెప్పారు. ఒకప్పుడు జరిగిన ఉత్సవాలు మీరే చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు జరుగుతున్న వినాయక చవితి ఉత్సవాల గురించి మాట్లాడుతారు. 9 రోజుల్లో 10.
Mom.
Nana, we're done with your bed. I want you to see the bed.
నీ వర్క్ బుక్ ఏది? ఇంత లావు వర్క్ బుక్ ఉందంటే
I'm all done with that workbook.
చూపించినట్టు ఎక్కడుందో తీసుకురా. లెట్స్ డూ సమ్ వర్క్. Hey!
Good boy. I know what I am not a tracker.
నాచా టీవీ కట్టేసావమ్మా? నాచా టీవీ కట్టేసావు తల్లి?
I forgot that, so I heard you say it, so I was coming upstairs and Rag is watching a video.
Correct.
Rag, you're supposed to know.
కొన్ని రోజులు ఉత్సవాలు చేస్తే 11వ రోజు ఈ హిందూ ధర్మ పెద్దలు కావచ్చు, ఆ మండపం ఏర్పాటు చేసిన కాలనీ వాసులు ఎవరైనా కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్న కార్యక్రమం, వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్న నిమజ్జనం హిందూ ధర్మాన్ని ప్రేరేపించేలా ఉందా, లేకపోతే దాన్ని పక్క మతం వాళ్ళు తగ్గించేలా ఉందా? మరి దీన్ని ఆపే ప్రయత్నం ఏ విధమైనటువంటి పెద్దలు ఎందుకు చేయట్లేదు?
చాలా మంది చేస్తారు.
మరి ఇంకా అవే జరుగుతున్నాయి గురుగారు. ఇక్కడ దేవుణ్ణి అవమానించట్లేదా? వీళ్ళ దేవుణ్ణి, మన దేవుణ్ణి నేను ఒప్పుకుంటాను. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు కామెంట్ చేసినా నేను హిందూ ధర్మాన్ని సంపూర్తిగా అంగీకరిస్తాను. మన దేవుణ్ణి, మన సాంప్రదాయాన్ని మనం తక్కువ చేసుకున్నామా లేదా?
నేను చాలాసార్లు చెప్పాను. నేను ఆ మండపాలకు వెళ్ళే చెప్పాను, డీజేనే పెట్టకూడదు. గవర్నమెంట్ ఒక బుద్ధి లేని పని ఏమిటంటే, ఇప్పుడు వినాయక చవితి ముందు పిలుస్తారా, పిలిచి
కమిటీ వాళ్ళతో
మాట్లాడతారు. మరి ఎందుకు మాట్లాడతారు? ఏదో ఎవరో సోది ఎప్పుడైనా డీజేలు పెడితే సినిమా పాటలు పెడితే
నువ్వు
కేవలం ప్రభుత్వానికి బాధ్యత ఉంటుందంటారా? ప్రజలకి వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి
నీ వర్క్ బుక్ పెట్టుకో.
బాధ్యత వేరే వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సిన బాధ్యత కదా. ఇప్పుడు 3 రోజులు మండపం పెట్టాలంటే వాడు పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి, చలానా కట్టాలి, మళ్ళీ ఏవేవో ఉంటాయి. వాడు ఆక్రమించి ఓ మజార్ కట్టే దానికి పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లే, ఒక మసీద్ కడితే పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లే, ఓ చర్చి కడితే పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లే. 3 రోజులు మొత్తం పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలా హిందూ దేశంలో? ఈ దేశానికి సంబంధం లేని వాడు పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లేదా? అడగాల. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా సరే వినాయక చవితి ఎండింగ్ డే నిమజ్జనంలో మందు కొడితే తాడు తీయబడును, డీజే పెడితే తాడు తీసి చెప్పాలి, భయం ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు నేను హోమం దగ్గర కూర్చున్నా, నిన్న మార్నింగ్ నిన్న అలా మేడ పైన పిల్లలు పెట్టుబడి ఉంటే నేను ఊళ్ళో కూర్చున్నాను. వాళ్ళు ట్యాంక్ ఎక్కేసి ఎగరేసేస్తారు, గాలిపడ్డారు. వాళ్ళు ఎలా కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి? అరిస్తే వినపడదు. దింపించాను. లేకపోతే పిల్లవాడితో
గ్రేట్.
I tell you like the work would, but I find the math would, so.
సో ఈ దోషం పెద్ద మనుషులు అనబడే వాళ్ళ నుంచి దగ్గర నుంచి మనం సరి చేసుకుంటాం. ఇప్పుడు నేను పిల్లలకి స్కూల్లో గాలి వేసుకోవచ్చా? స్కూల్ కాదు అది పని మన స్కూల్ ఆన్లైన్ అది ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చెప్పాను ఒకసారి లాంగ్.
Well, all these pages I did, but the hard ones I didn't do. The hard ones were too, like, those were for like dictation. Not for me.
మొన్న తిరుపతిలో జరిగిన సంఘటన గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం గురుగారు.
Wait, I already started doing this. Well, last time I did it, so I could do it. I started doing this.
నిజంగానే భగవంతుడు
I teach you this.
Yeah, I know how to do it. My dad will teach me how to do that.
అలా తిరుపతిలో ఏడుకొండల వారి దర్శనానికి వెళ్ళిన వాళ్ళకి ఎందుకు అలా జరిగింది? భగవంతుడు కాపాడాలి కదా, వాళ్ళ ప్రాణాలను భగవంతుడు ఆ ఏడుకొండల స్వామి ఎందుకు కాపాడాలి?
ఇలా చాలా సంఘటనలు గతంలో కూడా జరిగింది. ఇది మానవ తత్వం. ఓకేనా? వాళ్ళ నిర్లక్ష్యం, వాళ్ళ మిస్ ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయడంలో ఫెయిల్ అయ్యారు. ఓకే, భగవంతుడు మనకి శ్వాసలు ఇన్ని కోట్ల శ్వాసలు మనకి ఇస్తారు, 8 లక్షల శ్వాసలు. అవి ఎప్పుడు అయిపోతున్నప్పుడు రకరకాలుగా ఇక్కడ భగవంతుడు కాపాడడం అనేది కేవలం ఏదో ఈ శరీరం మాత్రమే కాదు. ఈ చనిపోయిన వాళ్ళలో ఒక అమ్మాయి వాళ్ళ అన్న మొన్న విశాఖలో కనబడింది. కాలం ముగిసినప్పుడు ఇంట్లోనో గుళ్ళోనో ఏదో కారణం చెప్పడం వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. ఇక్కడ దైవం నింద కాకుండా మానవ తప్పిది ఏంటి అది మనం చూడాలి. మానవుడు చక్కగా ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు అయోధ్యలో రోజు 1,00,000 మంది దర్శనం చేసుకుంటారు. అక్కడేం శాంపుల్ అవ్వట్లేదు. ఇక్కడేం లక్ష్యం ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయడం ఆడుకోవడం ఇది కాదు.
కానీ ఇక్కడ జ్ఞానం తక్కువ ఉన్న మానవుడు భగవద్ దర్శనానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఇలాంటి సంఘటనలు జరిగితే భగవంతుడి మీద నమ్మకాన్ని కోల్పోయే అవకాశం లేదంటారా? దీన్ని పరమతాల వాళ్ళు అవకాశవాదంగా తీసుకొని మీ వాళ్ళు అలా వెళ్ళారు, అలా జరిగింది, మీ భగవంతుడు కాపాడలేకపోయాడు, అదే మీరు మా
మతంలోకి వచ్చితే లాస్ ఏంజల్స్ లో చచ్చి తగబడినట్టు కొన్ని లక్షల ప్రాణం చంపేసిన చంపేస్తారు మా వాడు అసలు సైనికుడు నామబద్ధ నరకులు వేసేస్తారు అని చెప్తారు.
అంటే మా దేవుడు కాపాడుతాడని చెప్తారు.
లాస్ ఏంజల్స్ లో చర్చిల్ని అలాగే కాపాడాడు. 10 చర్చిలు 20 చర్చిలో తగబడి ఆ చర్చిన మనుషులు
ఇది ఎలా చేసావు?
సంగీతాల దేవుడు.
I used this strategy and you said this one is wrong, so I tried again and then I turned at this.
How does this work?
So this one works like the one you taught me. You need to do the ones first and then.
Wait.
భగవంతుడు వస్తున్నాడు కాబట్టి ఇలా జరుగుతుంది.
Hello?
Just want to make sure I do the research. What happened? Nana, what happened? What happened, Nana? What was that about? Is that true? What happened?
Ravani, 2 hours later start అవుతుందంట స్కూల్.
Oh. Can we get sleep? Yep. Can you wake up late?
Yeah, late.
Wait, choose my
ఉండు వస్తున్నా ఒక్క నిమిషం.
How is Raga already on page 87? Because I was finished, but I have to do like all my other stuff because now I know those. Because now I'm old enough. It's time for Tommy how to do them. No. In library today, we learned about how to put pictures in a slideshow.
What?
11,
That's crazy.
13, 14. You want?
Let's look at right.
So you want? What are you trying to do?
Let's look at the slides.
Can I put a picture? I'm gonna put a picture in. I'm gonna go find a picture. God, they're just giving us.
Okay, got it.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 11, 12, 13. Search. I'm gonna type in for something. 14. Oh shoot. 16. How do you get that back? 17. Can you make that bigger?
Type it.
19, 20, 21. I'm just gonna go like this because I don't have time. How do you spell excited?
EX.
EX.
CI.
C 9, 10, 11. 11. Oh. Wait, I don't have to count all of them. T, I know, and I know the rest. 20, TED, right? 40, 50, 60, 70. How do you search for it? 71,
Enter.
72. Where's enter? 74, 75,
Ikkada.
76, 77, 78, 79. I want to show you the one that this is my favorite one. I saw. Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to try again. 1 second. I need to try again.
Why?
Because it's GIF.
Huh?
The one I was thinking was a GIF.
అర్థమైంది ఇలా ఉండు
I know how to do it.
ఇక్కడే కొడితే చాలు కదా
No, that is.
GIF అని కొట్టు.
Wait, what? 20, 30, 40, 50. Excited GIF. 40, what is that one? 30, 40, 50, 60, yeah, 70, this one was 80.
Insert.
Look, now you could make it smaller, but I forgot how to do that.
Smaller. ఇప్పుడు చూడు ఈ పిక్చర్ కి బ్లూ బౌండరీ బ్లూ లైన్ ఉంది బౌండరీ సో యు క్లిక్ ఆన్ ద కార్నర్ చూడు కింద కింద యు క్లిక్ అండ్ యు డ్రాగ్ ఓకే దెన్ యు కెన్ డూ a slideshow. Play out.
Can you actually write in this slideshow? Are you able to write in this slideshow? Can you delete that? I have another idea. Is this all right? Is this all right? Just look at my answers. Is that all right? All my answers. Oh, I forgot. How did I forgot this?
Hey, this is good. 10 plus 11.
Equal 22.
Carl, 21.
Oh. So.
It's 20 plus 11 is.
And 21.
50.
1, 2, so.
Kadra.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Is the right?
Is it 6? This
Is
one?
correct.
6. This one?
Is correct.
This one is my favorite. Okay, I think I did a mistake. He's funny.
I'm in this one. I'm meeting on.
To make it bigger, you need to press slideshow. Hey, can we do this every Saturday? Can you do this every Saturday?
అరే ఆ పైన ఈ దీని మీద ఒక నీ ఫోటో ఉంది జాగ్రత్తగా అందుకో.
Is that right?
40 plus 12 ఎలా వచ్చింది కదా wrong, it's still wrong.
How is
జాగ్రత్తగా అందుకో.
Why do you need that? What are you going to do, Nana?
అరే నీ రూమ్ లో స్కేల్ ఉన్నది కదా స్కేల్
Yeah. I'm not getting a bendy one. 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2. Do you like that picture? 4, 5, 6, 7. It's on my head. What happens if it's not on a number? 8, 9, exactly 7 inches. 11, 12, 13, 14. Lana, I don't know what page I'm supposed to be on. 15. I don't know what page I'm supposed to be on.
వెళ్ళి వెతుక్కో
I'm gonna do the next 3 pages. That's it.
What do you mean that's it?
The next 3 pages in the book. I'm gonna just keep going.
Yeah.
And then all over in the end, when I'm supposed to stop actually doing that, I'm gonna show you all of them. 53. Done. So,
Correct. Correct. Sir.
I almost finished this part because I already know how to do all those.
Jesus.
Miss Davenport taught me how to do that. Now, now we can. Daddy, is this the first answer? I just want to make sure everything is. The third
So
one.
you're doing it right, but 3 ఒకటి వేసి 1 పైకి వెళ్ళాలి అప్పుడు 53 అవుతుంది. 53 అవుతుంది. 44 in your mind. చూడు 44 in your mind. 44 in your mind. 9 fingers.
Oh, now I know which way you're talking about.
44 in your mind.
Okay.
9 fingers. 9. అన్ని ఓపెన్ చేయి, అన్ని ఫింగర్స్ ఓపెన్ చేయి. ఇది ఒకటి క్లోజ్ చేయి.
No, I already closed it.
అది కూడా ఓపెన్ చేయి. ఇది క్లోజ్ చేయి. ఈజీలీ కౌంట్ చేసుకో. ఇది ఓపెన్ చేయి. కౌంట్.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
44 in your mind, పిచ్చోడా.
Oh, 5. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
Okay. If you want to do it like this.
I know.
Wait.
I'll just add one more up there, and then I'll add one up there, and then I can do one more. So if it's 44, I'll add one more.
ఇది కూడా కరెక్ట్ చేయి.
So
ఇది కూడా కరెక్ట్ చేయి. అన్ని చెయ్యి. Right.
Now we get them. Now can I do like this? 18. Now we're gonna have one more. 18, 79. And now 19 fingers. So I now have the 19 fingers. No. 7 in your mind. No. 18 in your mind and 7 fingers. What's after? Now I have to count my fingers. And 18 is in my mind. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. Now we're going to crack this one. And we're 69 and no 40 48 in your mind and 48 8 remaining 6 fingers. What's after 48? 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. Now we need 50. 5. 15, no, 9 in your, no, 15 in your right and 9 fingers. So what's 9 fingers? What's after 15? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 20. Yeah, I was right there. Eddie, am I doing it right so far?
This is correct. This is correct.
And is this?
This is not correct.
Wait, that's
7 plus 3 anta. 7 plus 6 anta.
Oh, I know. Now, no, it's like
7 plus 6 anta.
I'm doing like this. So 40. So I
7 plus 6 anta.
7 plus 6. Minimum 6 fingers. What's after 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh. So now I have to read.
అంతేనా 53 సరిపోయిందా?
Yep.
ఇది సరిపోయింది. ఓకే, ఇది రా. నువ్వు ఇలాగ మిస్టేక్స్ చేసావు అనుకో, చిత్తక బాగుతా నేను. అర్థమైందా? సరిగ్గా చేయి. ఎందుకు అంత కంగారు? కూర్చో కింద.
Where's the lid of the marker? Thank you. What's after 85? 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. I know very well. I don't see it
Okay, so you see the same thing. Okay. Yeah. I wish you could answer that. I know that, I should give you it's an hour or something like that. Yeah, I think, so I think, I wish you could fix what I did. And just remember some of the things we need to do. Employment should be ended, subject power transfers now, but these fails have gone in through RDP and as the administrator. Yeah, that's yeah, so that's what you want to do.
అది అయిపోయింది, ఇది అయిపోయింది. ఓకే,
Daddy, are they all correct?
అన్ని ఫినిష్ అప్పుడే చూస్తా. కింద డోంట్ సిట్ ఆన్ మై సోఫా.
I will sit down.
మమ్మల్ని ఏమంటారు? వాళ్ళు తెలుగు పాస్టర్లు చెప్పారు, నాకు తెలుగు
I have to go read more.
అమెరికానే కాదు, తెలుగు ఎందుకు రాదు? తెలుగు వాళ్ళకి
స్కూల్లో నేర్పలేదు కాబట్టి.
ఎందుకు నేర్పలే? నీకు సిగ్గులేదు కాబట్టి. నీకంటే పేరెంట్స్ కి అమ్మ కూడెట్టలో పెన్నమ్మకి సాయి పెడతాడా? నువ్వు ఇతర భాష నేర్చుకోవడం తప్పు కాదే. కళ్ళజోడు పెట్టు, బంగారు కళ్ళజోడు, బంగారు లెగ్స్ ఉండే కళ్ళజోడు పెట్టు. కళ్ళు ఉండాలిగా నీకు. మాతృభూమిని, మాతృభాషని, మాతృబుద్ధిని, ముగ్గురిని మర్చిపోతే ఎలా బాగుపడతావు? అది విషయం. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మనం మన ధర్మాన్ని నాశనం చేయడం కోసం, మన దేశాన్ని మొక్కలు చేయడం కోసం వాళ్ళు చాలా కష్టపడుతూ వాళ్ళు స్కూల్స్ అవి పెట్టి వాళ్ళు మనల్ని ఇంగ్లీష్ పేరు మీద ఇంకో దాని పేరు మీద అట్రాక్ట్ చేసి మన వాళ్ళకి ఇంగ్లీష్ వద్దనే భావంతో అక్కడ పంపి మన ఆడపిల్ల గాజులు లేకుండా తారే. ఇప్పుడు రామలక్ష్మి గాజులు వేసుకుని స్కూల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ కావచ్చు, ప్రజెంట్ జనరేషన్ అనే పేరు. మొన్న విశాఖపట్నంలో గుడికెళ్తే ఇద్దరు ఆడపిల్లలు గాజులు వేసుకుని వాళ్ళ అమ్మ ఈ జనరేషన్ కదండి ఇలా ఎంకరేజ్ చేయి, రేపు పొద్దున్న సూట్ కేసులో వచ్చేంత దీని వాడి అని చెప్పి పోనీ ఆ పిల్లల్ని అడుగుతాను, పోనీ నువ్వు వేసుకోకలేమే మీ నాన్నకి బెస్ట్ కదా. నేను ఒకటి పోన్నా ఒళ్ళో చిన్న పాప అదే కిరణ్ కూతురు 6 ఏళ్ళు ఒళ్ళే మీ నాన్నకి వేద్దాం అలా అలా చూసే చెప్తున్నా. స్కూల్లో వేయించట్లేదంటే ఆ స్కూల్ పంపకూడదు. ఏం బాగుపడతాడు?
అదే ప్రశ్న కదా గురుగారు. ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో హిందుత్వం కానీ హిందూ పెద్దలు కానీ విఫలం కాలేదా? వీటన్నిటి పట్ల
ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తాయమ్మా? గుడి గుడి బడి కదా. గుడి దగ్గర చెడిపోయా, బాగుపడాల్సిన బడి దగ్గర చెడిపోయా, గుడి దగ్గర నేర్పడానికి ఏం లేదు, ఎవరు నేర్పరు. ఎందుకంటే మనకి చట్టాలి తీర్థం దండం అన్నం.
ఈ విషయం గురించి అడుగుతారు గురుగారు. ఇది కేవలం ప్రజల్లోంచి వస్తున్న ప్రశ్న, తప్పుగా అనుకోలేదు. ఇందాక మీరు వినాయక చవితి ఉత్సవాల గురించి చెప్పారు. ఒకప్పుడు జరుగుతున్న ఉత్సవాలు మీరే చెప్పారు. ఇప్పుడు జరుగుతున్న వినాయక చవితి ఉత్సవాల గురించి మాట్లాడారు. 9 రోజులు 11 రోజులు ఉత్సవాలు చేస్తే 11వ రోజు ఈ హిందూ ధర్మ పెద్దలు కావచ్చు, ఆ మండపం ఏర్పాటు చేసిన కాలనీ వాసులు ఎవరైనా కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్న కార్యక్రమం, వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్న నిమజ్జనం హిందూ ధర్మాన్ని ప్రేరేపించేలా ఉందా, లేకపోతే దాన్ని పక్క మతం వాళ్ళు తగ్గించేలా ఉందా? మరి దీన్ని ఆపే ప్రయత్నం ఏ విధమైనటువంటి పెద్దలు ఎందుకు చేయట్లేదు? మరి ఇంకా ఇంకా అవే జరుగుతున్నాయి గురుగారు. ఇక్కడ దేవుడిని అవమానించట్లేదా? వీళ్ళ దేవుడిని, మన దేవుడిని నేను ఒప్పుకుంటాను. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు కామెంట్ చేసినా నేను హిందూ ధర్మాన్ని పూర్తిగా సంపూర్తిగా అంగీకరిస్తాను. మన దేవుణ్ణి, మన సంప్రదాయాన్ని మనం తక్కువ చేసుకున్నామా లేదా?
మండపాలకి వెళ్ళే చెప్పాను, డీజేలే పెట్టకూడదు, ఒక బుద్ధి లేని పని. ఇప్పుడు వినాయక చవితి ముందు పిలుస్తారా? పిలిచి మాట్లాడతారు. కానీ ఎందుకు మాట్లాడతారు? అది ఎవరో సోది. ఎప్పుడైనా డీజేలు పెడితే పగిలిపోతే, సినిమా పాటలు పెడితే అని చెప్పలేము.
కేవలం ప్రభుత్వానికి బాధ్యత ఉంటుంది, ప్రజలకి అక్కడికి వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి బాధ్యత లేదు.
బాధ్యత లేని వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉంది కదా. ఇప్పుడు 3 రోజులు మండపం పెట్టాలంటే వాడు పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి, చలానా కట్టాలి, మళ్ళీ ఏవేవో ఉంటాయి. వాడు ఆక్రమించి ఓ మజార్ కట్టే దానికి పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లే, ఒక బస్సు కట్టి పర్మిషన్ అక్కర్లే, 3 రోజులు వచ్చి పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి. అడగాల. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా సరే వినాయక చవితి ఎండింగ్ డే నిమజ్జనంలో మందు కొడితే తాడు తీయబడును, డీజేలు పెడితే తాడు తీసి చెప్పాలి, భయం ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు నేను మోహన్ దగ్గర కూర్చున్నాను, నిన్న మార్నింగ్ అలా మేడ పైన పిల్లలిద్దరు పెట్టుబడి ఉంటే నేను ఊళ్ళో కూర్చున్నాను. ఒక ట్యాంక్ ఎక్కేసి ఎగరేసాను, అరిస్తే వినపడదు. మా వాడిని పడిపోయాడు, ఒరే ఎంత పోలీసులు ఉన్నారో దిగకపోతే లోపలేసేస్తానని చెప్పాను. అలా దింపించాను. అలా తిరిగిన వాళ్ళ పట్లే నాకు ప్రేమ ఉంటే, మన ధర్మం పట్ల మన ప్రేమ ఉంటే. సో ఈ దోషం పెద్ద మనుషులు పడే వాళ్ళ మనం సరి చేసుకుంటూ ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఆ పిల్లలు అడిగాను, మీ స్కూల్లో గాజులు వేసుకోవచ్చా? వేసుకోవచ్చు. మరి నువ్వు ఎందుకు వేసుకోవాలి? స్కూల్ కాదు,
ఇంట్లో చెప్పలేదు.
అది 10 months స్కూల్ అయ్యి ఉంటుంది. ఆన్లైన్ ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు తప్పు? పేరెంట్స్ ఏనా? అందుకే ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చెప్పాను ఒకసారి లాంగ్ ఏదో. There is no bad children. There is only bad parents who spoil the good children.
ఒప్పుకుంటాను. మొన్న తిరుపతిలో జరిగిన సంఘటన మాట్లాడుతున్నాం. అందరూ భగవంతుడి దర్శనానికి వెళ్ళారు. అనుకోని సంఘటన జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ ప్రజల్లోంచి ఒక వాదన కూడా వచ్చింది. నిజంగానే భగవంతుడు కాపాడడం అనే మాట నిజమైతే ఆ 7 కొండల వాడు ఆ ప్రాణాన్ని ఎందుకు కాపాడలేదు? అలా తిరుపతిలో 7 కొండల వాడి దర్శనానికి వెళ్ళిన వాడు ఎందుకు అలా జరిగింది? భగవంతుడు కాపాడాలి కదా వాళ్ళ ప్రాణాన్ని. భగవంతుడు ఆ 7 కొండల
4 + 8 అంటారు. 4 + 8 అంటారు. 4 + 8. 4 + 8.
మనకి
8 fingers. What's after 4? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. కింద ఏం వేయాలి? 2 వేయాలి కదా. 2 వేసి 1 పైన వేయాలి. అవునా? ఏం వేసావు?
9.
ఇప్పుడు ఏం వేసావు?
3.
ఏం వేయాలి?
2. 3. So, yeah, I tried 2 first.
92, 93 కాదు.
Oh, 90.
ఇక్కడ దైవం నింద కాకుండా మానవ తెలివి
2.
మానవ తెలివి చక్కగా ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు అయోధ్యలో రోజులు అక్షరం
Daddy, if you can see these two, I read 84 and 81. 41, yeah.
కానీ ఇక్కడ
Daddy, could you read them? Because
You can add partial sums when composing a 10. Rewrite the addends as tens and ones. 33 అంటే 30 plus 3. 18 అంటే 10 plus 8. 30 plus 10 అంటే 40. 3 plus 8 అంటే 11. 40 plus 11 అంటే 51.
I don't know what to do. What to do like that. So,
చూడు 17 plus 48 చూడు. ఇదిగో ఇక్కడ చూడు.
అంటే మా దేవుడు కాపాడుతాడని చెప్తే
did I know how to read now?
17 plus 48. అవునా?
That's how I read it.
అవునా?
అది మానవ
అవునా?
కాదంటారా? ఇందాక మీరు చెప్పారు.
17 ఎలా రాయొచ్చు? 10 plus 7. అవునా? అవునా? 48 ఎలా రాయొచ్చు? 40 plus 8. అవునా? ఓకే. 10 plus 40 ఎంత?
10 plus 40.
0 plus 0 ఎంత?
భగవంతుడు వస్తాడు కాబట్టి ఇలా చెప్పారు.
1 plus 4 ఎంత?
5. So, it's 50, right?
7 plus 8 ఎంత?
7. No, I know this answer. I know this.
7 plus 8 ఎంత?
7 plus 8.
రంజాన్ కి హలీం చేసి రంజాన్ కి ముందు
Let me-
రంజాన్ కి కాదు. వాళ్ళు హలీం చేసి రోడ్ల మీద పెట్టి అమ్ముతున్నారు. దాన్ని హిందువులు కూడా చక్కగా వెళ్ళి సంతోషంగా కొనుక్కొని తెచ్చుకొని తింటున్నారు. ఈ తినే హిందువుల్లో ఏ ఒక్కరైనా కూడా ఓ శ్రీరామనవమి మనం డబ్బులు పెట్టి కొనుక్కొని తెచ్చుకొని తింటాం.
8, 9, 10.
శ్రీరామనవమికో ఉగాదికో మనం ప్రసాదం ఫ్రీగా ఇస్తామని వాళ్ళ చేత తాగించగలిగే సమర్థత హిందువుల్లో ఉంటారు. అలా చేయలేనప్పుడు మనం చేస్తున్నది ఇది తప్పు అని వీళ్ళు ఎందుకు భావించట్లేదు?
అసలు వీళ్ళు హిందువులా?
7.
ఎవరు
70?
తెచ్చుకొని
Is it
తినేవాళ్ళు.
70?
ఒక ఆయన
Is it 70?
కౌంట్ ఎమ్మెల్యే కౌంట్.
విశాఖపట్నం గురుగారికి మా ఆఫీస్ లో నేను హైదరాబాద్ వెళ్తున్నానని తెలిసి వచ్చేటప్పుడు 2 హలీం డబ్బాలు తెమ్మన్నారు.
13. Is it 13?
కాదు గురుగారు, అడిగినోడు సలీం అయితేనే
Yes, 30.
సల్మాన్ అయితే బాధపడను, అడిగినోడు శుభమని.
ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పు. 50 plus 13 ఎంత?
సలాం కొట్టుకుంటూ కురాన్లా వెళ్ళి మరం తిన్నట్టు
50 plus 13.
కానీ మరి
0 plus 3 ఎంత?
I know the answer. What is that?
వీడికి టేస్ట్ కావాలి. ఆ నాలుగు మీద టేస్ట్ బడ్స్.
It's 63.
తెలియదు. వీడు పుట్టిన హిందూ అంతే, వీడేమి హిందూ కాదు.
Is that right?
అలా యాడ్ చేసాడు వాడు. నేనేమంటానంటే నువ్వు ఇంత బ్రేక్ డౌన్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. యూ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ టు బ్రేక్ డౌన్ దిస్ మచ్. ఐ షో యూ ఈజియర్ వే. థింక్ అబౌట్ లైక్ 7 plus 8 ఎంత? 13 అన్నావు కదా. 3 1 పైన వే. 1 plus 1 ఎంత?
మేము అదే
Plus 4 ఎంత?
అందుకని ఏది చదవకుండా ఈ రామమోహన్ దాసు ఎలాగే చెప్తాడు, హిందువులు ముస్లింలు క్రైస్తవులు అంతా కలిసి ఉన్నారు, ఇలా మాట్లాడకూడదు.
విడగొట్టడానికి
ఎంత వచ్చింది?
అన్నారు కాబట్టి నేను చెప్తాను.
నీ పొంగ.
మత ద్వేషాలు పెంచడానికి మాత్రమే రామ మనోహర్ దాస్ గారు మాట్లాడుతున్నారు అనేది హిందువుల
ఈ
వారు.
నెంబర్
చావట హిందువులు,
63.
దొంగ హిందువులు, ఫేక్ సోకాల్డ్ హిందువులు.
30.
వాళ్ళు ఏం చదివాడు? ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ లో ఒక అబద్ధం చెప్పారా?
ఇక్కడే వచ్చింది.
63.
ఏదైనా అదే వస్తుంది.
మన సమానం
నిరూపించు. అనుష్క మీరు ఒకే హైట్ నిరూపించు.
కాదు కదా.
మరి అది కాదు.
So you can do like you
కాదు
can.
కదా చెప్తారు చెప్పండి.
So if there's this, you have to
సరే,
try.
ఇది నిరూపించలేదు. మీరు
So
నిరూపించండి. కాదు,
plus
లేదు అని
what?
నిరూపించండి.
So I know how to do it.
ఇప్పుడు నీకు ఏ దేవుడు ఇష్టం?
I have to use this?
కింద
నువ్వు నమ్మడు వాడు నమ్మడు నేను నమ్మడు పర్లేదు నీకు అభ్యంతరం లేదు
లేదని మీ
ఒకసారి చర్చికి వెళ్ళి మసీదుకి వెళ్ళి చెప్పించు నేను నమ్మే శివుణ్ణి ఇతరులు నమ్మకపోయినా పర్లేదని నువ్వు చెప్తున్నావుగా నేను కూడా చెప్తున్నాను వాడు కూడా చెప్తాడు నేను నమ్మే కృష్ణుని రాముని శివుణ్ణి ఇతరులు నమ్మకపోయినా పర్లేదని నేను చెప్తున్నాను కదా ఓసారి చర్చిలో మసీదులో వాళ్ళు నమ్మే శివుణ్ణి వాళ్ళు నమ్మే యేసుని వాళ్ళు నమ్మే అల్లాని ఇతరులు నమ్మకపోయినా పర్లేదని చెప్పించు మొత్తం వ్యాపారం ప్రశాంతం ఉండదు
Is it like this? Just want to make sure I'm doing like this. Is it like this? Is it like this, Daddy?
అంటే నేను నమ్మే వేసి ఎవరు నమ్మకపోయినా పర్లేదు నాది అభిమతం అని ఒక క్రైస్తవ మతస్థుడు వచ్చి చెప్తే
7 + 20.
So now I have. Now I know what to do.
దేనికి వ్యతిరేకం గురుగారు? క్రైస్తవ
అధర్మానికి దేశ వ్యతిరేకులకి
వీళ్ళందరూ ఆ మతంలో ఉన్నారని
చెప్పు పాకిస్తాన్ ఎందుకు పుట్టాలి
But Daddy, now there's something different. Look.
ప్రపంచంలో
యాడ్ చేయి 9 + 7 ఎంత 30 + 20 ఎంత యాడ్ చేసి మళ్ళీ యాడ్ చేయాలి
So like I can make whatever like
30 + 20 ఎంత
so I can add like I can make whatever I want. Like I can make what
సో గాడ్ నమ్మే
so I
వాళ్ళు
can make what
గాడ్ నమ్మే వాళ్ళందరికీ బంధువులే
30 + 20 ఎంత ఇక్కడ 9 + 7 ఇక్కడ యాడ్ చేయి
ఎవరు నువ్వు చెప్తున్నావు మసీదులో చెప్పరు చర్చిలో చెప్పరు షియాలు సున్నీలు సేమ్ వాళ్ళ మసీదుకి వెళ్ళి వీళ్ళ మసీదు కాళ్ళు వెళ్ళరు చర్చి ఆ చర్చికి వెళ్ళి చర్చి కాళ్ళు వెళ్ళరు
గురుగారికి ఇక్కడ ఒక ప్రశ్న అడగచ్చు వాళ్ళ మసీదుకి వీళ్ళు వీళ్ళ మసీదుకి వాళ్ళేరు వాళ్ళ చర్చికి వీళ్ళు వెళ్ళరు వీళ్ళ చర్చికి వాళ్ళేరు ఇదే విధానంలో కొంతకాలం క్రితం కావచ్చు ఇప్పుడు కూడా కొన్ని ప్రాంతాల్లో కావచ్చు వైష్ణవ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని అనుసరిస్తున్న వాళ్ళు శైవ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని వ్యతిరేకించిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు శైవ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని అనుసరిస్తూ వైష్ణవ సాంప్రదాయాన్ని వ్యతిరేకించారు
ఇక్కడ మీరు 4 అడుగులు వేస్తే శివరామాలయం అని ఉంది అక్కడే రాముడు ఉన్నాడు పక్కనే శివుడు అమ్మవారు శివుడు అక్కడే దండం పెట్టుకుని వచ్చి కూర్చో
అందరూ అలా లేరు కదా అంటారు అందరూ రాధా మనోహర్ దాస్ గారిలో లేరు కదా మీరు రాముడు శివుడు ఒకటని అంటున్నారు వైష్ణవుడు వచ్చి శివుడు రాముడు ఒకటే ఒక వైష్ణవుడు చెప్పట్లేదు కొంతమంది అలాంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉన్నారు కదా
కొంతమంది మాత్రం ఉన్నారు కానీ వాళ్ళు ఇతర ప్రాంతాలకు వెళ్ళి మేము నమ్మిన రామన్ నమ్మకపోతే అని ఎక్కడ
అనట్లేదు
మరి ఎంతో ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటి ఈ నమ్మిన దాన్ని నమ్మకపోతే నాశనం చేస్తున్నారుగా అవునా ఈ అనాలిసిస్ చూడండి ప్రపంచం అంతా మనుషులు 700 కోట్ల మంది ఉన్నారు ఇందులో 90% దేవుడు నమ్ముతారు కాబట్టి మనం అందరం బంధువులం ఇది నా కాన్సెప్ట్ బాగుంది మరి ఇప్పుడు భారత్ గా ఉన్నటువంటి బంగ్లాదేశ్ పాకిస్తాన్ కూడా విడిపోతుంది అందులో కూడా దేవుడు నమ్మిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు
ఏం చేస్తున్నాం
99% అంతేగా మరి పాకిస్తాన్ పుట్టి కొన్ని లక్షల హిందువులు చంపేసి ఈ రోజు కూడా బంగ్లాదేశ్ లో హిందువులు కారణం ఏంటంటారు ఈ మూఢత్వం ఈ అజ్ఞానమేగా దేవుడు ఏ పేరుతో పిలవాలి
మనకు నచ్చింది
రామ కృష్ణ గోవింద వాసుదేవ ఓన్లీ ఒక అక్షరం ఓం
శంకర
ఏంటి పిలవచ్చుగా ఎవరు చెప్తారు కృష్ణుడే చెప్తుంది
అంత కౌంట్ చేయట్లేదమ్మా చూడు 50 + 60 ఎంత
ఇలా పిలవచ్చు అని ఒకసారి
50 + 10 60 + 6 66
Because I already know a lot.
అక్షరాలే పిలవాలి 3 అక్షరాలే
I already know like I already so scared of math.
పరిమితమైన
I'm really scared of math.
చూడు చేయి సోరిగా
సైకోయే గాడు ఏ భగవాన్ అని పిలవచ్చు ఓ దేవా అని పిలవచ్చు ఈ అక్షరాలతోనే పిలవాలి దేవుడు ఉన్నాడని భావిస్తున్నాడు మంచిది ఆ దేవుడు ఈ 2 అక్షరాల్లోనే
అంటే మీరు వాడి సిద్ధాంతాన్ని వ్యతిరేకిస్తారు
సిద్ధాంతాన్ని
మూర్ఖత్వాన్ని వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నారు
ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఆహారం నేను ఆహారం అయితే నేను రాత్రి కదా 12 మాత్రమే తీసుకుంటాను మీరేమో ఒక బిర్యానీ తెప్పించుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు నేను నా ఆరోగ్యాన్ని
నీకు ఒక విషయం చెప్పాలి నాకు నేను ఇంపార్టెంట్. అది అవసరం ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ ఎ బ్రేక్.
వీడు చేపిస్తుంది అందరిలో. వీడు తినట్లేదు, మనం
Can I make a slideshow?